Towards domestic utilization of Nigeria's gas resources, President Buhari unveils National Gas Expansion Program.
We are confident that Auto Gas Initiative will lead to increased domestic gas utilization.
Following increased insecurity in the country, Senate calls for exit of service chiefs.
Enough of any excuses. People who have little or nothing to add should be shown the way out.
$25 million Nigerians to benefit from federal government's solar energy expansion program.
Once you have electricity, once you take power to our communities, then you are encouraging economic growth.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, our focus is on tackling the resurgence of insecurity in the country.
The federal government is surely going to step up its action against the insurgents.
Insecurity has become a hydra-headed monster in Nigeria. It seems that when one head is cut off, many others spring up in its place. And this obviously is unfortunate, as incidents of kidnapping, wanton killing, banditry, and armed robbery are increasing across the country despite government's efforts to tackle them. Sadly, ordinary citizens, as well as the nation's economic resources, are always at the receiving end of these acts, as traveling along many routes in Nigeria has become a nightmare due to the presence of bandits and kidnappers along some of these highways. One of the most recent acts of insurgency was the killing of no fewer than 43 farmers on rice fields in Zabamari village, that's in Borno State, and that took place on Saturday. Boko Haram has claimed responsibility for that cold-blooded incident. Now, while expressing grief over it, President Muhammadu Buhari promptly sent a delegation to sympathize with families of the victims, the government, and people of Borno State. And after attending the funeral of the farmers, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum said that the people in the region were facing hard choices as they strove to survive. And talking about the struggle between staying at home, which is not possible for fear of hunger and starvation, and a risk of getting killed by insurgents if they went to their farmlands to work. Now, the House of Reps has passed a resolution condemning the killings, calling for a state of emergency to be declared on the security sector, while the government re-strategizes its current tactics against insecurity. The Senate is also calling on the President to initiate processes that will see to the exit of the current security chiefs, as well as recruit some 10,000 civilian joint task forces in Borno into the various security agencies, and restructuring and remodeling the nation's entire security architecture. President Buhari has since given marching orders to the country's armed forces to take the fight to the enclave of the insurgents to eliminate the remnants. Now, what impact will government's renewed commitment have on addressing the rising security challenges in the country? And what kind of overhaul does Nigeria's security architecture need to deal with insurgency and indeed other forms of criminality? We will address those issues and more on Good Morning Nigeria this Wednesday. We also have a second topic, and that topic, of course, will be dealing with pension for the elderly. That's to say that the healthcare system that will be extended to the elderly in the country. My name is Kingsley Osadolo, and it's on that note that we'd like to welcome you to this edition of Good Morning Nigeria. As always, we are broadcasting live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. In the course of the program, we have our regular companion segments, and those include newspaper review, business, and others. I'm solo in the meantime. I hope that my colleague will join me in the course of the program. Let's now go over to Blessing Abu, another regular face on Good Morning Nigeria, to give us the highlights of the morning news.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to the morning news. Now, Nigeria being a major player in the global oil and gas industry, this Tuesday takes a step further in effective utilization of the natural resources as President Muhammadu Buhari unveils the National Auto Gas Rollout Initiative, which is a core deliverable of the National Gas Expansion Program. The Autogas Rollout event, as the President says, signifies the realization of government's commitment to ensure the domestic utilization of the nation's vast gas resources, which currently stands at over 2 trillion cubic feet.
To increase domestic gas utilization and enrich the trajectory of national economic growth and development. I therefore encourage everyone to embrace gas in form of LPG, CNG, and LNG as an alternative fuel for autos and other prime movers.
The Senate has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to immediately initiate processes that will see to the exit of the current service chiefs. This is a sequel to a motion of urgent public importance by Senator Kashim Shettima, which also urged the federal government to probe the management of funds in the military.
People who have little or nothing to add should be shown the way out. People who have the capacity, the wherewithal, but probably lack the resources, will make the resources available.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives has passed a resolution condemning the killing of more than 40 farmers last Saturday on rice fields in Borno State.
Despite the billions in resources, and despite the giant strides and spirited efforts of the federal government, and the countless lives lost, we still are at the mercy of murderers who offer only the promise of death.
Away from that, the federal government is engaging the services of expatriates in areas with short supply of requisite professional manpower to manage critical sectors of the nation's economy, which will be premised on a mutually beneficial condition. Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, was speaking during the inauguration of 9 members committee expected to carry out monitoring and enforcement of the new order.
Policy on the culture quota and business permit will not only generate employment and revenue, it will surely produce desired results of ensuring that our best is done in providing employment opportunity for our teeming youth.
25 million Nigerians are to benefit from the federal government's solar energy expansion program. This program is expected to increase access to electricity, boost local content, and create jobs.
This is a wonderful initiative by the federal government of Nigeria. This is going to encourage economic development, because once you have electricity, once you take power to our communities, then you are encouraging economic growth.
And to some health matters, there are some 281 new cases of COVID-19 have been announced by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC. These 281 new infections increased the total number of confirmed cases to 67,838 in the country. And in the breakdown, Lagos has 123, the Federal Capital Territory has 64, Kaduna 38, Imo 15, Rivers 11, Plateau has 8, Ogun 5, Bayelsa and Kwara recorded 4 each. Bauchi, Edo and Kano have 2, while Osun confirmed 1 new case. Lagos maintains the lead of total number of cases per state with 23,410 cases. The Federal Capital Territory follows with 6,868 cases, while Plateau is next with 3,877 cases. 3,323 cases are currently active, with recovered and discharged 63,430 patients. 1,176 deaths on record. And that's the morning news highlights. Good morning, Nigeria. We'll be back in a moment after this break. Good morning.
A scorecard like no other. Government has put in place measures and initiatives principally targeted at youths, women, and the most vulnerable groups in our society. These included broad plan to lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in the next 10 years. The creation of 75 billion naira National Youth Investment Fund to provide opportunities for the youths, and the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Survivor Fund, through which government is A. Paying 3-month salaries of the staff of 100,000 micro, small and medium enterprises. B. Paying for the registration of 250,000 businesses at the Corporate Affairs Commission. C. Giving a grant of 30,000 naira to 100,000 artisans and guaranteeing market for the product of traders. These are in addition to many other initiatives such as farmer money, trader money, market money, N-Power, N-Tech, and N-Agro. These and more in spite of a recession and a global pandemic.
Do you know that social media is not good or bad, and that it is you who is using it that is either good or bad? Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, verify the information, and reflect before sharing it. Now, are you a good social media user? Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source for a better Nigeria.
This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
You don't wait for life. You go to meet life. It's not about how many chances you get. It's what you do with what you've got. Cup after cup. Morning after morning. Start strong. Finish strong. It all starts with a Nescafe.
The counsel of our fathers.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days. You probably do not know what it is.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, and we are live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now it's time for business news, and here is our correspondent, Ronami Egirani.
Developing the e-commerce ecosystem and growing small businesses in Nigeria is of paramount importance to the federal government. This has resulted in the engagement of key stakeholders in the system and the creation of a think tank that includes the Commodities and Export Department as well as the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. This latest development also allows for a smooth takeoff of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has already been ratified by Nigeria. And the stock market continues to climb with a second day of gains this week as all-share index closed at 35,147.62 points, a 0.30% increase from Monday's 35,042.14 points. It is not all good news, however, as the volume and value of total trades made declined about 25% and 29% respectively, closing the day at 308.1 million trades with a total value of 3.4 billion naira. With business news, I'm Ronami Egirani.
Many thanks, Ronami, for the business news on Good Morning Nigeria. Coming up next is Newspaper Review. All right, Newspaper Review, Bayo Atoye is right here with us in the studios. Bayo, good morning and welcome.
Thank you very much. Kinsley, good morning. Good morning, Nigeria.
Good to see you. Two papers we're having this morning, New Telegraph and The Punch. Let's begin by taking a look at the window page of New Telegraph. And expected, the stories there include those on insecurity. The lead story says, Senate to Buhari, that's the kicker, sack service chiefs. And reps summon president over security challenges. Oshibajo, that's the vice president, federal government will consider new ideas to tackle insecurity. And Northeast governors back Zulum on mercenaries deployment. And there's another story there on the front page about police recruitment, and it says 925 successful candidates didn't apply. That's the second list story there on the front page. Police recruitment. 925 successful candidates did not apply, and that's been attributed to the Police Service Commission. Make lists without undergoing screening and medical examination. Apparently, 925 smuggled in, they didn't apply, they got in, and now they've been fished out. Okay, let's also take a look at the front page of the Punch newspaper. Punch, this time above the nameplate. And from there, we come straight down to the foot of the paper. It will be cheaper to run gas-fired vehicles. That's according to the federal government, with details at page 19. Reps to probe alleged fraud in IPPIS, query minister and official. That's page 9. Restructuring will ensure nation building and departure from over-centralization. That story is according to El Rufai, governor of Kaduna State. 2 COVID-19 vaccines under trial have 90% efficacy, says federal government. Page 9. And then 2 earpieces there beside the nameplate. Senate confirms Yakubu renomination as INEC chair. And forex liquidity presents risks to Nigerian banks' ratings. That's according to the credit rating agency Fitch. Details can be found on page 22. As I said, the front page of The Punch also has a story on security. Borno massacre, which is the kicker for that lead headline. Boko Haram mounts checkpoints and collects levies, says Senate, and reps invite Buhari. Boko Haram mounts checkpoints and collects levies, says Senate, and reps invite Buhari. Of course, you also have 2 other riders to that headline. And then below the photographs there on the front page, we are perfecting Mena's extradition process. That's according to the police. Mena, of course, is on trial. He was picked up in Niger Republic after he jumped bail. That's on page 7 in greater detail. Abuja Light Rail awaits PTF order to resume operations, page 19. Bello presents 130 billion naira budget to Kogi Assembly. And Emir of Kano meets Obasanjo, Abiodun, and Alake in Ogun. Benue DPO shot, arresting criminals selling looted goods. Saraki, Ayim, and Dankwabo in Plateau to resolve PDP crisis. That's on page 28. Bayo.
Thank you. Let's start with the development regarding the gruesome murder of rice farmers in Borno State. The federal government says it will review the conventional ways of handling security challenges in the country. Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who described the killing of farmers as insane, said we need to keep reviewing the conventional means of dealing with these security challenges. We have to do a lot more intelligence, particularly at the community policing initiative, which will enable a fast supply of information at local levels, and reactions will be faster and effective. Governors of the Northeast had gone on a condolence visit to their compatriot governor of Borno State, and they said, enough of excuses. Those who have nothing to offer in terms of securing the country, should be shown the way out. They said, Governor Darius Isiaku, who spoke on behalf of the governor, said, time has come to find the solution. Northeast governors demand use of mercenaries against Boko Haram. Governor Darius Isiaku added, we cannot continuously be mourning. There has to be a time to stop mourning. If we neglect it, it will become worse. Meanwhile, at the National Assembly, the House of Representatives, 10 members of the from Borno State, representing Borno State, led by Honorable Satomi Ahmed, prayed the president to declare a state of emergency on security matters and also to invite the president. The speaker and majority leader opined that issues of security may not necessarily be discussed in the open. This became contentious, and to avoid a rowdy session, the House of Reps went into executive session. When they resumed at plenary, a motion was moved for the president to be invited at no date specified. At the Senate, Senator Ahmed Lawan described the gruesome murder of rice farmers as death too many. The Senate resolved that the president should replace the service chiefs with new ones with fresh ideas and solutions. They also called for the remodeling of security architecture and to provide modern equipment to effectively combat the insurgents. Senator Ali Ndume actually testified that sometimes ammunitions are counted for the security men, and some don't even have bulletproof jackets and helmets to fight in the war. A call was also made to probe the security resources provided for security to ensure that they are properly and adequately deployed. But the story of the murder of farmers dominated the nation so much so that it almost swept under the carpet the initiative that was launched yesterday, that is the National Auto Gas Rollout Initiative. President Muhammadu Buhari launched the initiative at 2 gas stations. There's one at Lugbe NPC Mega Pilot Station. The other is at the Katampe NNPC Mega Stations. The president implored Nigerians to embrace the use of gas as an alternative to petrol. There are 3 categories of the gas. There is the CNG, that is compressed natural gas, which is said to be very compatible with diesel engines. There is the LNG, liquefied natural gas, and also the LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, which is the one we use at home. These are all amenable to be used for vehicular transportation. And in comparative terms, a litre of petrol now costs between 163 naira to 170 naira across the country. An equivalent, of course, gas is measured in cubic feet. An equivalent of 1 litre will come to about 110 naira, and that is said to be far cheaper than the petrol. It is part of the initiative of government to provide cleaner energy and reduce our dependence on petrol. The president expressed appreciation to Nigerians, particularly organized labor, for their patience, maturity, patriotism, as well as enduring the painful global economic recession, which has brought a lot of challenges. He directed the Minister of State Petroleum to hand over mass transit buses to organized labor. This can be described as a very good initiative. You recall that there used to be mass transit program by the Nigeria Labour Congress. We can't even hardly find one of them on the street. That we have to be very careful. Maintenance culture. Labour had mass transit. They were running it. Where are the buses? If they were not profitable, at least they should have been able to manage some of the buses to keep the services going. If they are not proper maintenance culture, these same buses are likely to go that same way.
Well, Bayo, thanks. I mean, that's a very important point that you have raised. It's not so much about maintenance, because after all, in accounting, there's depreciation. And assets such as vehicles get to be depreciated over time for accounting purposes. And in reality, vehicles also have their lifespan. So what is more critical, in my opinion, has to do with replacement. As you said, NLC had mass transit, so-called mass transit buses that were plying the highways, and they also had haulage. They also had haulage, haulage trucks. Now, my concern with the 1,000 buses that are going to be given out is, after the 1,000 buses exhaust their useful life, what happens? There are buses here in the Federal Capital Territory called Air Rufai buses. When you see them now, they pollute the environment, smoky, and they are in various states of disrepair. And if you also recall, at the time, the former administration of President Goodluck Jonathan tried, of course, to deal with the issue of deregulation, 2011, 2012, and there were all kinds of protests and demonstrations in the country. One of the measures they did was to say, okay, we're going to deploy mass transit buses in various parts of the country, particularly in urban areas. We also saw those mass transit buses here in Abuja. They come out the first few months, so the buses are looking clean and neat. Give them another 1 year, give them another 2 years, and it's a struggle for you to board those buses. And after a while, the buses just, they disappear. Yes. Now, the Lagos state government provides, perhaps in our context, a model to emulate. That's the BRT model, to say, look, how are they able to replace the vehicles as they age? How are they also able to increase their fleet? I know that that's a PPP arrangement, but for the federal government now to say, we are giving you 1,000 buses, is it a grant? Is it a donation? Is it a loan? Or what? And what is the management option? In the meantime, it could be sweet, but give it a few years and then you have issues.
Disappear, yes. So unless that is sustained and imbibe a maintenance culture, gradually, the idea is to ameliorate cost. The few resources they get, they can increase the buses over the years. And if they maintain them properly, they will last a long time. There are state governments that are managing their transport system very well.
That's right.
What is the name now? Edo Transport Service.
Edo City Transport Service.
I'm talking about the one that shuttles across states.
Oh, that's Edo Line.
Edo Line.
Yes, Edo Line.
One of the most dependent, Northeast Line. Very dependable. They've been on there for years. And what is the strategy they use and they are able to sustain this line and services over the years?
Well, Edo Line was the brainchild of Samuel Ogbemudia when he was military governor of the then Midwest. That was Bendel and Edo and Delta. It was called Midwest Line when it was launched, and it borrowed heavily from the Greyhound buses you find in the Americas. It was a luxury, traveling in those vehicles. Then, of course, it became an example for others to emulate. As you said, there are state governments that continue to run their transport services efficiently, and this is what the federal government. I don't think the federal government in this case is getting into the business of running the transport service. That's to say, bus service. So look, we are giving you these 1,000 buses. The question is, after 1,000 buses, what next? Yes. All right. So, Bayo, we're getting pressed for time. Of course, the story of Mena's extradition is there. In law, you say that he's become a fugitive because he didn't attend to his trial. And in short, he was called in. That's Senator Aliu Dume, who spent some nights at Kuje Prison or Correctional Center, as it's also called. They say he's been arrested in the Nigerian Republic.
Yes, it is an initiative between the Nigerian police and the Interpol. And he's been arrested already. He's in custody, and the Nigerian police are perfecting the papers for his extradition to face his trial.
Yes. But, since Monday, we've not had the opportunity of mentioning this, either because we're dealing with a number of very important issues and also very pressing, and then we also had the time challenges. One of Nigeria's very prominent journalists passed away last week, on Friday. Bolabo Ogunsonwo.
Yes.
Bolabo Ogunsonwo was editor of the Sunday Times in the 1970s, and he was also acting editor of the Daily Times. For those who do not know, Daily Times is, to date, Nigeria's largest media conglomerate. It had an accompaniment of print and printing and all of that. It had offices around the country. It also had offices in the UK. No media enterprise, of course, has been able to match the kind of scope and breadth that the Daily Times had. Before it, of course, was taken over by the federal government. Bolabo Ogunsonwo was also a very popular columnist. And, of course, he had a number of coinages, if you recall.
I was a student of Bolabo Ogunsonwo. He taught me basics of journalism in 1976. So I'm very familiar with him.
That's right.
He's a great journalist. The good news, however, is that you call the APC political leader in Nasarawa State who was murdered. They've now arrested a man they describe as a notorious kidnapper and murderer. He's now in the police net. The governor announced it.
That's right. Bayo Tebi, would like to thank you for being around. See you again tomorrow. All right, that's Good Morning Nigeria, and we're live on the network service, as always, of the Nigerian Television Authority. We're taking a short break now. When we return, we'll be dealing with the resurgence of insecurity and what needs to be done.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
Breakfast your day, every day.
Nestle, good food, good life.
It's a season of smiles on our faces with LifeMate Furniture's 48% discount on all products, 20% discount on Royal products, and 30% discount on V-Mate electrical appliances. From the 27th November to 20th December, treat your loved ones and win cars, refrigerators, TV, and electric motorcycles. So hurry and buy LifeMate Furniture to win great gifts and raffle tickets. Prepare for the raffle draw on the 19th of December 2020, 1 p.m. at Chika Mba Close, Lekki Ekpe Expressway, Osapa Village, Lagos, Nigeria. Follow on Facebook at LifeMate Furniture to win beautiful toys and call 081 2000 6000 for more. Celebrate your Christmas with love and all LifeMate Furniture showrooms. Happy holidays from LifeMate Furniture. LifeMate, making your life better.
These days, people get their news and information from more media sources than ever before. Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? Fake news is dangerous. Whether you do it for fun or for political gains, real people can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA.
All right, it's still Good Morning Nigeria on NTA's network service. Now, to kickstart our conversation on the resurgence of insecurity, let's listen into this backgrounder by Abdusalam Jubril.
For some time now, insecurity has been a major challenge in Nigeria with the Boko Haram insurgency, farmers-herders conflict, kidnappings, and armed banditry. While the Buhari administration since assumption of office has made great efforts to tackle these challenges across the country, the recent killings of over 40 farmers in Zabamari village of Jere local government area of Borno State and the increased spate of kidnappings nationwide has raised concerns about a possible resurgence of insecurity in Nigeria.
Federal government is surely going to step up its action against the insurgents. And as we mourn our dead, the president had asked the armed forces to take the battle, the fight, to the insurgents wherever they are. And this should be sustained. And we believe that it's a matter of time. A lot more of resources will be deployed.
The goodwill message to the government and people of Borno State. We're able to go to the village where the atrocities occurred, and were very well received by the people because they wanted to hear from the leaders to commiserate with the families and the community.
In fairness, while insecurity is not a problem that is unique to Nigeria, how can the present security challenge be surmounted? Some experts are calling for community policing and the repositioning of the current security architecture. How effective will these be towards providing adequate security for Nigerians? These and more guests on the program will be providing answers to in a moment.
Many thanks, Abdusalam, for that background. With us here in the studios now to discuss this issue, it's our pleasure to welcome Major General John Enenche, his coordinator, Defense Media Operations. General Enenche, pleasure to have you with us on Good Morning Nigeria.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today.
All right. Also here with us in the studios, would like to welcome General Ahmed Jibril, he's a former Director of Military Intelligence. General Jibril, delight to have you again on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Okay. And of course, our regular security analyst, Dr. Kabir Adamu, who's a security risk management expert, is with us in the studios as well. Dr. Kabir, pleasure to have you with us.
The pleasure is mine. Good morning.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, let's begin the conversation. I'm starting with General Jibrin, that's the former Director of Military Intelligence. There is a common saying amongst Nigerian elite, and I'm going to use that to also pose a question to you.
Thank you.
How country? How country?
How country?
Yes.
Very good. Well, I know the current issue we are having at hand in the country is the problems we are encountering in dealing with security issues. Today, because there are killings of innocent Nigerians, some of them in their places of work, some of them in places you least expect them to be killed. And it has become a kind of occurrence that we are somehow getting used to. And this is not because we don't know the reason. The reason is very obvious because the country is facing terrorism and insurgency at the northeast, and the country is also facing banditry, kidnapping, and sundry criminal activities in the northwest. And north central also, we are having similar problems of banditry, kidnapping, and so on and so forth. This is where we find ourselves today, and this is not a problem that has started today. We have been with this problem in the last 10 years or so. The duty of government is to provide security and secured environment for its people. I know for sure the government is doing everything possible to ensure that there is peace and security all over in the country. And that's why the armed forces have been deployed almost everywhere. We have a problem at hand such that the military is practically being used for everything. The military is the force that is being used to deal with insurgency. The one that is being used to deal with the banditry we are having problem with. It's the military that is dealing with as low as cultism. Practically every problem we have in this country is the military that is being used. Somehow the military is being overstretched and being overused. We have other security agencies in this country like the police, the DSS, and to some extent civil defense that can help in maintenance of peace and security in the country. But somehow we found ourselves all the time relying on the military. So overburdening the military with this type of responsibility necessarily require that the military get the support not only of the government but also of the people. I know Nigerians have been patient with the military, but somehow the support the military is getting from the people is not as encouraging as it's supposed to be. Because in other places, you find out that when the military is engaged in a situation like we find ourselves, the entire populace are behind the military. Everybody is eager to hear the military do the smallest thing, they receive cheers, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, we find ourselves in a country where any small mistake the military does is what the entire populace will be talking about. It's what the press like to give prominence. But where the military has achieved some measure of success is reported or is even hardly reported. We are living witness that in the last 2 months or so, more than 250 insurgents and bandits were killed by the military. But that is hardly reported. But unfortunately, anytime there is any small problem affecting the security, the military is blamed. It's unfortunate we lost 43 innocent farmers in their farms. And then some people feel that why should the military allow that to happen? Now, the military is not alone in this. The military is there to give it quota. There are other security agencies that are expected to support the military, at least in the areas of intelligence gathering and intelligence sharing. But it's not always the case. This is making the job of the military a bit difficult. Some people were calling the head of the military units around the area where these 43 innocent farmers were killed because they feel they ought to have protected the people. But we have to know one important fact. The Saturday where this incident happened, there was election at Maiduguri local government election, and of course movements are not allowed during the election. Somehow, the farmers found themselves in their farms, and from the information we reliably gathered, the farmers have some working arrangement with these insurgents who are their kith and kins. We have to know for a fact that the military in some remote areas of Borno State are being looked at as intruders. We have to know that for a fact. They look at the insurgents as their people. They speak the same language, they do things together. Some of them are even part of them. So somehow the military does not receive the commensurate support it's supposed to get by way of intelligence sharing to help the military to have some idea about the movement and the whereabouts of the insurgents. So with that kind of situation, the military finding itself, it's difficult for them to rise to the occasion when such incidents happen. We have troops not too far away from there, about 10 kilometers from there. But the troop, there is no road directing, for instance, the place where the incident happened, where Koshebo, where the incident happened. There is no route from Ngom, where our military location is, to that place. You have to come round to Zabalmari, and that will add 15 kilometers to your journey before you could reach Koshebe. And even from Zabalmari to Koshebe is a long journey in the sense that the gun troops we have could not reach the place. At some point, troops have to use tractors, and at some point, the troops had to come down and trek to reach the area. So response is very important when you are dealing with situation like this. And because of the problem of the terrain, it's always difficult for the two to arrive on time. And we all know that this shooting the incident took place. There was no single gun that was fired. The people are used to them. They lured them and told them that come and meet the Amir. They know themselves. There was nobody that was forced to go to the place. They all willingly went to the place simply because they know the people and they have been relating with them. So they gathered them and said, come and see the Amir. And then they went in one by one. It is when they now saw that those people were not coming out, they begin to know that there is problem. And unfortunately, there is no way the military will know such a thing is going on. And our intelligence gathering effort has to be sharpened further to be able to know that such a thing is happening.
Okay, General Jabir, thank you. I gave you the opportunity to elaborate on these issues. You cited a number of examples, but there are many matters arising from what you have said, and indeed what the security situation is in various parts of the country. Dr. Kabir Adamu, we've often discussed the security situation in the country. Now, the trigger for this is obviously what happened in Borno last weekend, where no fewer than 43 farmers were murdered in cold blood. In the northwestern part of the country, banditry is ongoing. Traveling from Abuja to Kaduna by road is a nightmare for many. In the southwest, there are all kinds of reports. The other day, a first-class traditional ruler was shot and killed by kidnappers. The wife of the chief of staff of the governor was also picked up. And of course, in the south, the story is the same as it is in the north-central part of the country. Once again, what's your reading of what's playing out?
Thank you, Kingsley. Indeed, I would like to start off from where General Jibrin left off. He made the point that the military is not the only security agency in the country. And that's the point I would like to emphasize. We have a national security architecture that depends on 27 ministries, departments, and agencies. We also have a national security strategy that recognizes the importance of all of these 27 ministries, departments, and agencies. However, unfortunately, where based on my review over the last few months and years actually, coordination appears to be a huge gap within the activities of these 27 ministries, departments, and agencies. Each of them has a role to play, and unfortunately it appears they are operating in silos, and the ability for their functions to be visible to the ordinary Nigerian is depleting by the day, and that is why we're seeing the kind of circumstances we're seeing. We are very disparate elements that are coexisting very uneasily, and the reason for this is because of perhaps the perception and sometimes the reality of marginalization that exists among us. There is no part of the country that you go that does not have either this perception or, in some instances, the reality of this marginalization. And unfortunately, they are exhibiting this grievance, sometimes in ways that is affecting our national security. And so you have no part of the country that you go to, you've reeled out some of them, criminality, name them, terrorism in the northeast. They're all of these are exhibitions of this, uneasy coexistence that we're finding among ourselves. Now, at the center of all of this is the role of politicians in managing this very disparate nature of our society. Let's remember, a few months ago in October, we celebrated our Jubilee, and at that time, the team was together. We realized this disparate nature that we have as a society. And then at that time, my point, when I reviewed the celebration, I suggested that perhaps we should have taken it further to celebrate diversity and also to celebrate empowerment, so that we can diffuse this disparate element. Now, I'm sure the listener will be wondering, why am I emphasizing on this disparate nature of our society and why we're coexisting uneasily? It is because it has a function to the insecurity situation we have in our country. No matter how good these 27 ministries, departments, and agencies are, if these political circumstances are not managed properly, then it will be a bit difficult for them to manage the insecurity situation. The second point is the circumstances within these 27 ministries, departments, and agencies themselves. Some of them, unfortunately, like General has emphasized, are stretched. In the case of the military, because of our background, our history, the military is over-involved in internal security matters. I know there has been an attempt by the 9th Assembly and, of course, the Buhari administration to address this particular issue. But like we say in Hausa, when you are making this local snack that we call dambu, and it's too much, then no matter the oil you put, before you see it show it, it will be very, very difficult. So that's very important. The specific challenges within those security agencies needs also to be addressed, starting from the policy, the law that set them up, the policy with which they are operating with, and then down to even their recruitment and training. Then the next point, which is also critical, is what I would call the absence of monitoring and evaluation mechanisms within these ministries, departments, and agencies in the security sector. There are no key performance indicators that would easily tell us they are doing well or they are not doing well. Now, in the absence of that, a lot of the discussions that General has mentioned in the media especially the social media space, is criticizing the activities of these functions. If there were key performance indicators that were clear, that would tell you, okay, this ministry is doing well based on the budget at its disposal, or the key performance indicators that we've given to it at the beginning of the year, then it would be difficult for anyone who wants to criticize that organization to criticize it. And then lastly, also very critical, as my opening statement, is the relationship between the different branch system levels of government with the security architecture, as it were. Security, as it were, is in the exclusive list currently. And unfortunately, the presence of security agencies at the rural level, the very, very rural level, is very, very linear. And so that makes it very difficult for the average Nigerian to relate with the security architecture, as it were. Now we have created security document strategies, name them. There is a national counterterrorism strategy. There is a revised national security strategy. How many people, if you go to the market today, even here in Abuja, how many persons in the market know the existence of those documents? So that's another challenge. We need to look critically at that and see how we can take those documents down to the state level, and then from the state level down to the community level. That way, we will build an all-inclusive security strategy that will give us the intelligence that we require. I hear the military saying they are not being supported by the average person in the Northeast. It's because the person, frankly, does not really understand very well what the military is doing. He sees the military more as, hindering his activities. The military will shut down a market for sometimes months. Yes, I, as a security professional, I understand why that market is being shut down. But does the person who depends on his livelihood on that market understand why the military is doing that? Unfortunately, no. So we need to take those documents down to the average Nigerian so that he understands what we're trying to achieve, and then he supports it. If for you to win any security strategy, you need to win the hearts and minds of the people. And the best way to do that, strategic communication that would build resilience.
All right. Dr. Kabir Adamo, thank you very much there for your opening salvo. Again, a number of issues that you have raised. I find particularly interesting, before we bring in General John Eneche, the issue of apparently the absence of KPIs for the 27 odd agencies that are involved with security management in the country. KPIs stand for key performance indicators. So, for instance, simple law enforcement, you would say around the country, we used to have, let's say, 1,000 armed robbery cases being reported every month. On account of our deployment of the strategy in Q1, Q2, and Q3, those numbers have now come down to 250 or 230, and then going forward, this is what we intend to do. Now, if those were your key performance indicators spelled out before the beginning of the operating year, it means you will have achieved on those things. Terrorist attacks, well, no matter how you classify them, whether you say unconventional warfare or otherwise, we used to have so many raids undertaken by these terrorists in particular locations in the country. Now we're going to slash that by 25% or reduce it by 50%, going on and on. That's a scientific way of evaluating. It's not sufficient to say that, all right, no, we are dealing with this, we are dealing with that. So, Dr. Kabir Adamo, thank you very much. Once again, we'll return to you in the course of the conversation. Let's bring in now Major General John Eneche, who is Coordinator Defense Media Operations. Well, General Jibrin, we already leveraged your comments, because the military today is the face of internal security governance, as it were, on account of its over-deployment in virtually all states of the Federation. One of the last times we had you here, I thought the military was then deployed to some 32 states of the Federation. Probably now you have them all over the place. But there is still the lingering exasperation or frustration being felt by stakeholders. Just yesterday, I'm sure you heard the resolutions passed by the two chambers of the National Assembly, the House of Reps on its own, and then the Senate itself on its own. There are complaints that we don't appear to be achieving our goals. What's the response from the field and from your headquarters?
Thank you, Kingsley. I am happy that the comment is apparent, not specific, not definite, that you are not achieving your goals. And it is based on from which perspective they were looking at it from, or they are looking at it from. Yeah, from the perspective of somebody who is not in the field there, and who base his own analysis on what they expect, not what is real, it is right. However, it may not be the fact that we are not achieving. When we now say we are achieving, we base it and weigh it against where we are coming from, where we want to get to, and where are we now. The incident of Saturday at Koshobe brought out that particular, assumption, or whatever the way they look at it now. But I want to remind us that this year, somewhere in the same theater of operation, they lured the same tactics they used. They used that to lure the populace here to the market area that they want to preach to them. And they killed several also. You can see that their strategy has changed. Their strategy has changed from being confrontational, frontal, kinetic, to now covert. That is an achievement for us. If you look at the history of terrorism all over the world, with particular references to the Al-Shabaab and then to the ones in Pakistan, the same pattern. When they are losing the foothold, they are losing grounds, they resort to that. Why am I saying so? Before we got to this level where we are now, where I can say that we, the armed forces and other security agencies, to a large extent, making progress towards ending this thing eventually. It started from insurgency. They had a territory to themselves that they were governing with full authority, collecting finances. Up till the time 2016, when they lost that all, and Sambisa was liberated, short of limited, isolated incidents there. Then they moved on to that, to what? To bombings, suicide bombings, all over the whole place, even beyond the shores of the northeast itself, spread to Kano, where 120 was killed in a day, to some places in Niger State and all. And the military now came up with military working dogs, sniffer dogs, amongst other strategies and plans put in place. In the last 1 year, I think if we've recorded suicide bombers, getting into a place, it's still one of the modus operandi of terrorists. I would say that 99% that one is gone. From insurgency, where they gathered, where they had authority, they had Ministry of Finance, in quote, where they collect levies and tax people. They had judiciary, alcalis that will try people openly and slaughter you in the open market. That's gone. So, modestly speaking and actually speaking, like I said, we are making progress. But now this unfortunate incident that always accompany the end of terrorism, unfortunately, it always occurs from history. And why? Because when the people don't come out to identify themselves. Let me go back a little. I fought in that place about 20-something years ago, 21 years ago with General Temlong. That was when they were looking at it as banditry, and we said, no, it's not banditry. He said, reconceptualize this operation for us to mean war. Because all the weapons we are capturing from them, the only one that I'm not seeing now is a gun truck or the PKT. All other ones, GPMG, mortar tube, they had all. Kala, they had them, and they were using to fight us. And we were capturing them. We were in reconnected. So what is the difference between that one and now? The difference is that it is not as dominant as it were now skeletal. So if you put all that together, now we are at that tail end. In Peshawar, I think for December 16, 2014, in Pakistan, they went to a school after all the United Nations had declared that Pakistan is free of terrorism and all, to create what? Confusion, fear in the minds of the people, and to prove that they are still relevant. But after that, what are we seeing now in that particular place? And even in Kenya, where Al-Shabaab operates, skeletal. So we are now getting towards the end, actually, in the real sense of how they play out. Now, the issue now that left for us is that all stakeholders must be involved. Permit me not to give out the name of this particular country, because we did our research, we even visited some before the media operations came up, and they told us that we had to be moving from house to house to pick the collaborators. the informants before we got to this level. That took them 12 years. But I believe that with the cooperation we are getting from the locals here, particularly from the state government, ours won't take that. Because there were those people, like I said, 20 years ago that were born in the camp. They know nothing that is normal in life apart from what? Banditry, translated to insurgency, and now translated to terrorism. So it's a lot of effort that we all have to put in. Even if I speak Fulfulde, our troops speak the Kanuri or the languages that are there, you will not convince them that, look, drop this ideology, change to become a normal human being, except you are their kinsman or kinswoman or relation to related. They know you. Now, like my boss said, these people were lured. There was an advisory. Don't go out. Of course, we know that anywhere there is a security challenge, there is advisory. I was a CEO 14, 15 years ago in Onitsha. And we used to issue advisory. This, what we are doing as exercise Crocodile Smile now, has been there, just that it is being reformed, re-strategized, remodified to meet the challenge of the time. We will tell them, when they are coming home, your brothers will arrange and come and kill you. I served in Onitsha. 2 governors, I served with them, Ngige and then Peter Obi. We are out there. So, and the advisory will be issued once you are coming in for Christmas. You make us to be aware. There were even instances that we tax you to go and offer protection for them. Otherwise, it is something else. And then at the end, you now begin to have crises and issues. So the advisory was issued. However, like my boss said, that is this actual. They lured them because they were working with them. Additional information I have on that notice that they even said that they thought it was as before. When they will come, they will talk with them, help them carry load, and then exchange whatever they will exchange. 37.5 kilometers from Maiduguri, and we have our air cover that has dominated that area, and if the patrols, yes, they will come short of the basin. It's a flood basin where they farm rice. 30 of those people, that died were immigrant farmers from Sokoto, Kebbi, and Zamfara, among others. So you could see that advisory was not, kept to. And why? Because, in quote, permit me to use this word, their loyalty, commitment is still to what? To the terrorists. So what I'm saying is that we
General,
now...
General, thanks. Yes. I want to take this along. I'm sure the other guests will also respond to this. In the earlier part of the counter-insurgency efforts by the security forces, namely the military, we saw this rejection. They said early on in Maiduguri, that was a claim that, we're not going to collaborate or cooperate with the military because they were picking up our people indiscriminately and then, dealing with them accordingly. So it's been ongoing. They will say, no, we don't want the military. Then say, let the military disengage. They are our children, they are our kids and kin. We will sort it out. And after a while, the matter just kept escalating. What is going on, therefore, that more than 10 years later, it's still the same story of, if you like, divided loyalty, one to the Federal Republic and then the other to the insurgents? What's going on? That's the issue.
That is what I'm from our own analysis, and if I'll be permitted, like Paul the Apostle will say, to bring my own destiny, which of course as a general I should. How do you expect somebody who knows nothing about violence to get what he wants in life? Somebody who say Western education is bad, from when he was born, and the man is now 30 years old, 40 years old. I wrote a paper on it. So it is difficult. That is the situation on ground. And then sometimes people who ignorantly, opinion leaders, people they believe in, also told that line. We had incidents in this country recently where people were encouraging people to do what is not, good for the total populace. None of them has come out to say, I'm sorry, till tomorrow, and they may not come out. That is the situation, the announcer. These people have grown in it. So that's why I say it will take a lot of effort. That is the issue. We are doing our civil military cooperation activities. The schools, we have teachers there, hospitals, medical outreaches, handouts, and then even giving out a lot of things. We are doing that. So it is now left, that is the situation, left for the other people, the other party, the stakeholders. I don't think I'm permitted to begin to mention specifics here, but we know ourselves, people who preach to them, talk to them, they hear. Let us come together, encourage them that this is not good for you, it's not good for anybody. Otherwise, if they provided information, I tell you, the Air Force will scramble the gunships and all, and, follow, support the ground troops, and they would have, prevented that. And that is what we lacked in the last 2 incidents that we recorded, more than 10 or 20 or thereabout. And from also, let me make one clarification here. Because people were reporting different figures, we follow them by the hour now. As I speak, the total information that there was somebody, he came out on the air and said, look, those of us, those people that were invited were about 70 that were invited. Yes, and that was what he even gave on the air. And when the governor went there, say, yes, 43 were burying now. The GOC, I think other senior officers were there, but the rest were still looking for them. As I speak to you, confirmed, recorded, 29 have been, rescued from the surrounding bushes. They were being combing up till yesterday. As at the last moment I was doing, and they would have updated me as I'm sitting down here now if they have recorded more. If you put 43 and 29 together, it gives us 72. So what are we talking about? And yesterday again, in the media, somebody was saying they recovered 35 from where, but they didn't want to be quoted. One media house that is not even, I don't think, I don't see the name in Nigeria. And people are picking that up. So I will want to appeal to the public. Like my boss has said, let them support us more. Not everything, you castigate your military, then what do you have again? And here we are doing everything with other security agencies. So that is the situation as it is. And I want to assure that we are there, and because when they went there, the terrain was bad, they had to use tractor to go in that place, to go in there. And they were, like I said earlier on at various engagements, we work on our tactics, operational moves, everything, strategy, every day is on daily basis now, because it's dynamic, and we have to also be dynamic. It's not like we are sitting down on monthly basis, fortnightly or weekly to do that. So as I speak with you, even the theater, all of them are sitting down, strategizing to see what they can do to be countering the emerging threat. Because like I said, now to be deceiving people and slaughtering them, murdering them is now the new tactics of the terrorists. And we are, challenging that seriously. We are going to take on that seriously.
All right, General Neche, thank you very much. I mean, the more one hears the approach deployed by the terrorists in the massacre that took place at the weekend, the more one is reminded of the fable involving the lion and the tortoise. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. The lion claimed that he was ill at some point, and he was in his cave, in his lair, and then asked the tortoise to come and visit him. So the tortoise went to the entrance so they would say, I've been sick, I've been ill for a long time, I've been ill. But the tortoise saw the footprints on the sand. There were footprints indicating that other animals or other visitors were going into the lair, the cave, to visit the lion. But the lion didn't see, the tortoise didn't see footsteps of them coming out. And the tortoise, being very wise, said, lion, I will see you next time. It's unfortunate that we've lost those 43 Nigerians. But General Jibril, there's something that some analysts have also referred to, and sometimes they point to perhaps larger strategic considerations. There are frequent reports of the camps of the terrorists being taken out, whether in the northwest, but more particularly, I'll say, in the northeast, and the video footages are shown from time to time, and occasionally also numbers are also assigned as to the number, as to the ranks of the terrorists that have been liquidated or otherwise decimated, and yet they keep operating. They keep operating. So you just ask yourself, is there a production chamber where these people just keep sprouting and sprouting and then wreaking havoc the way they do in the northwest and also in the northeast? What are we dealing with? That's one leg. And then second leg, you've talked about some of the challenges that we have with civil-military relations. I mean, General Neche was here sometime in the past, and off we had discussed this. Perhaps, I don't know whether the military has also taken this into consideration. Yes, we know that there is either a unit now or a department of civil-military relations that is ongoing, But you know, the relationship between the military, the law enforcement agencies, and the civil populace has always been one of antagonism. I mean, men in uniform, those of them, of course, you know, will refer to civilians as bloody civilians. So they don't see you, you know, to cooperate with you. You are in a war situation, you are in a conflict situation, you say, okay, they are the ones, let them go and face it. So 2 issues I would like you to address. One, why do we keep having this plenitude of criminal gangs or of terrorists, despite the fact that there are reports that they are being taken out by either kinetic operations or ground forces?
Well, we have to know for a fact that these bandits, they keep recruiting every day because they are the same people that live with the populace in their communities. They go to the bush to commit havoc. And the same community is the source of their recruitment. And that is why when one camp is destroyed, tomorrow you see, when the heat is much, not all of them that are being killed in their camps, some of them do run away, some with injury, and then they will go around and come back to the public and live with them. That is the nature of fighting banditry. That is the nature of fighting insurgency. Because these are Nigerians. If you go to the northwest, most of the bandits in Katsina, in Zamfara, they are not from Anambra or Oyo State. They are the same people. They live with their people. And somebody was even saying that there is hardly a family now in Katsina that there is no bandit. There is hardly a family now in Maiduguri or Borno that there is no Boko Haram. Because they are the same people. So it's very easy for the military to attack their camp, kill some of them run away. They will still come back. And these camps we are talking about, they are not heavy or big infrastructure they put there. No, it's just some tents. Sometimes there is not even anything other than shade for them to stay during the day. And then when it is night, some of them come back to their places and sleep and go back when they are ready to cause their havoc. So it's not difficult for them to be dispersed, some of them kill, and then for them to reassemble in another place. It's very, very simple. And that is what has been happening. They are attacked, some are killed, some run away, they come back. And their recruitment is continuous. So if it's in a family, and especially if they achieve relative success, as some of them are, so it encourages some of them to go. But I know that's why we are emphasizing the need for the people to be bold enough. It's their own responsibility as Nigerians to make up their mind and be Nigerians and support the military and other security agencies in this fight. It is their own part of contribution. The military are dying, they are putting their lives on the line to safeguard the people. The people on their own part, they should do more. Some of them are helping the military, some of them are helping the other security agencies, but they must come out to actually be bold, be Nigerians, and do their own contribution. So it will continue like that. Disperse them, they will go. It's not a special camp. It's not a barrack like our own military barrack. No, it's just a small shanty arrangement they made for them to just meet. And once it is attacked, they go.
If these persons are indeed within the community, how do we explain that years ago it did not appear to be lucrative for them to get into banditry or terrorism? Yes. And now it has become lucrative for them either in Katsina or Zamfara to become bandits, and then in the Borno and elsewhere in the northeast to become terrorists.
Yes. Well, this is a sociological problem. This is an issue that you understand. At a point, people, the values we respect as community people, it's not only in the area of fighting banditry, insurgency and so on. No, generally in the society, you would have noticed that the values have been bastardized. Everywhere you go in the world, not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa, the values we respect, the values of honesty, the virtue of honesty, the virtue of respect, family name, no longer respected by people. People now are going headlong for crass materialism, accumulate money, live a very comfortable life even though they don't have the means. So when they now realize 1 or 2 persons are successful in doing that, they kidnap and get money, so they are lured into it. And that's why it keeps happening. So in the area of the help the military is supposed to do to civilians to get their support, I think the military is doing a lot. The civil-military relation has never been as good as it is now. If you go to the northeast, you go to the northwest, you will see there are schools being built for the communities, some being renovated. There are hospitals being renovated, being given staff to operate and medicine to dispense to the people. Even roads are being repaired and constructed for them. So all these things are complete part of the effort of the military, civil military affairs, in order to win hearts and minds. There is medical outreach they even do in places where there is hardly any civilian doctor that would like to go. The military doctors and nurses go there and provide this. The same thing our engineers, especially during the rainy seasons, they go and assist them to help them cross rivers, to help them to clear roads for them to move. So all these things are part of the military, civil military affairs. And above all, the military try as much as possible to respect the local leaders, the local community leaders, their local religious leaders, and to work with them as mark of respect for them so that they know that the military respect their constituted authority. The military are only there to assist them to ensure that at least no matter what is going on, they will remain with the people. But you know that, like they say, blood is thicker than water. It's very difficult to sever the link of kinsmen, no matter the situation. There is hardly a bandit that will cause havoc outside and run into his family, and the family will send him out. It's very difficult.
Yeah, General Jibrin, fine point. And that's why I want Dr. Kabir Adamu to also come in. Some persons have argued, and I'm sure you have also encountered that argument, that part of the government's strategy in dealing with, say, terrorism is not quite yielding the results, and that's to say the radicalization and reintegration. Examples are cited of neighboring countries, Chad and the Niger Republic, and there are reports from time to time of the arrests, summary trials, and sometimes execution of terrorists who have been picked up. And examples are given here to say, no, they are being pampered. Well, that's the claim. They are being de-radicalized and then reintegrated into society, even though some persons also in those parts heavily impacted by terrorism are also complaining that, look, this reintegration exercise isn't going to work. Is that something that we need to continue to pursue, or we need now to revise it, considering the argument that these persons, supporters, collaborators, informants are all within?
Thank you, Kingsley. Our national counterterrorism strategy identifies several components. The kinetic component that, everybody's familiar with, which is being headed by Operation Lafia Dole Theater Command in Maiduguri. That's the one that I guess everybody knows. But there are several other silent components encapsulated under what is called the countering violent extremism approach. And this approach was documented into a framework that is under, the custodian of it is the Office of the National Security Advisor. Now, under that CVE, Countering Violent Extremism Framework, you've got elements like de-radicalization, you've got strategic communication, then you also have the economic revampment of the locations that are affected by terrorism. Now, all of these things together form our national counterterrorism strategy. So as an expert, if I'm reviewing the national counterterrorism strategy, I look at all of these things together. I don't just pick one. Now, the de-radicalization component that you mentioned, under which Operation Safe Corridor is domiciled, is a very critical component of the national counterterrorism strategy. If you want to break the ranks of the terrorist, one of the easiest way is to remove the few ones among them that perhaps have for one reason or the other, decamped from the major group and given themselves up, or for one reason or the other, you've arrested them. Now you have to make a distinction between the commanders who, we've all agreed based on statements by here and then even before now, that there are certain elements within these terrorist groups that no matter what you do to them, they would probably never drop that ideology. So we have to make that distinction at this stage. However, from within the group, there are others who perhaps may have been misguided and have joined the ranks of those groups. It's very easy to de-radicalize those ones and then make them more functional members of society. So to that extent, Operation Safe Corridor is well recognized, endorsed by the United Nations and in fact almost all the countries of the world, as well as experts in counter-terrorism. And to that extent, I think Nigeria has done well in embracing it. However, there are two challenges that I would like to mention. Number one is the conceptualization of Operation Safe Corridor. Is it different from what is currently being implemented? I would like to advise, with due respect to my military co-discussants, that the military should take a backseat and allow for the original conceptualization of that Operation Safe Corridor and allow perhaps civilians drive the de-radicalization component. Yes, protection is critical to all of the aspects of counter-radicalization, including Operation Safe Corridor. But in terms of the day-to-day operations, in terms of the media projection, I think it's better served by civilians, just like the conceptualization spoke about. The second element, which is also very important, is the socio-economic grievances that exist within society that in the first place gave birth to the radicalization. Now, I want to make the distinction between radicalization and de-radicalization. There were reasons why in the first place those people were radicalized. Now, have those reasons been addressed in the society where we're releasing those people to? Unfortunately, the answer is no. Those reasons still exist. And so even if you de-radicalize the person and you release him to society, if those reasons exist, then perhaps it will be easy for those persons to be radicalized. Now, to sum up all of this, in the recently released Global Terrorism Index, they identified one key component why terrorist groups thrive globally, and that is their ability to exercise influence. How do they exercise this influence? Funding, weaponization, and then their ability to recruit. Now, in the entire counter-terrorism strategy that we're implementing, we need to look at how do we block the influence, capacity, and capability of these terrorist groups. You asked my co-discussant a question regarding, the proliferation and ability of these groups to regenerate, as it were. That is the answer. We are still, unfortunately, allowing them to exercise influence through these three things I've mentioned. And this is honestly not a military issue. It's an issue that has to be looked at by the entire 27 agencies that I mentioned. We need to block the funding of these groups.
Those 27 agencies, Dr. Kabir, you say there's still a problem of coordination. Very quickly, why does that problem linger? And what needs to be done?
The current agency that has that responsibility in our national security architecture is the Office of the National Security Advisor, to a larger extent. And then you have the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Interior, and to an extent the Presidency, under which two bodies, the Secretary to Government of the Federation and then the Chief of Staff to Mr. President. Now, all of these four bodies together, unfortunately, for one reason or the other, have not exercised that coordination element to the extent that we need to see results. So I think therein lies your answer. Perhaps there is a need to look critically at the role of all of these four agencies and identify what the challenges are. Why some of the meetings that they used to hold before, why are those meetings not holding any longer? I stand to be corrected, but like the JIB that used to hold periodically, I'm not sure it's still holding. Those are all places where you can review activities and then correct wherever you are missing your point, you can correct them at that level. So I think therein lies there. Sometimes, again, it's the personality of the persons leading those four points that I've mentioned. But in all of this, and I would like to emphasize this, strategic communication is absolutely important. We need to speak one language at both the federal, state, and to an extent the local level, so that we don't arm our enemies. If we show the kind of disagreement, think about it, even the figures of those who were killed, there is currently no agreement among several levels of government. So that's not good. The enemy will sit back and be laughing at us. Strategic communication is absolutely important in all of this.
All right, Dr. Kabir, thank you very much. General Eneche, there are issues that is And I'm sure you'd like to respond to that.
Yes, I would like to respond to this specific one that the military is in charge, or like 100% administering or managing the Operation Safe Corridor. I want to state here that it is an obvious fact that if now the anchor organization that started the whole thing, International Office for Migration, amongst others, we have over 18 organizations, one military. And what is the role of the military? To provide security. I am part of it. I have been there. So I want that misconception that Operation Safe Corridor is a military affair. Totally no, sir. It was approved by the president. It is backed by the laws of the federation of this country, well constituted, and all these organizations, they have their part to play. If you go to the camp, the only instructors that you see that help them is for physical training, so that normally they do PT in the morning and then organize their games. But every other thing, you have the psychologists from the civil sector, you have the immigration that captures their biometrics, everything captured. And then the UN, the IOM, the USAID, UFD, DFD, IRC, and all the organizations playing their roles. The staff in there is 98% civilian, but we need to provide that security. There is nowhere in the world, whether it is DDR or whatever, all over, that you don't provide security for such people. Because as it were, we have, I want to say that we have sleeper cells. It's at Malam City in Gombe State. We used to have problem there. So one cannot rule out the fact that if now you even go and locate it in Lagos or locate it in Makurdi or anywhere, they will not get there. So that is just what I want to clear the air, that it is not 100% military affair. We are doing what we are supposed to do to ensure the security above all of the program.
All right, General Neche, thank you very much. General Jibrin, let's bring you one more time into the issue of intelligence. We often hear when incidents like this happen, we often hear when in the Northwest there are stories about protection racketeering for farmers, that before they cultivate their crops, they have to pay the bandits, and now when it is harvest time, they also have to pay the bandits. People keep saying, intelligence gathering is very important. And yet, from what Dr. Kabir Adamu tells us, there are no fewer than 27 agencies that are involved with security, not all of them necessarily with intelligence. What exactly is happening? What's intelligence? It shouldn't be ordinarily a big deal with the plenitude of agencies that we have. But why are we having these issues?
It's a very important aspect of fighting insurgency, because all insurgency operations, counterterrorism operation, cannot produce any result without actionable intelligence. It's very, very important. It has been said clearly that we are having some issues with our intelligence gathering capabilities. It's very important. The federal government attempted to up it to ensure it has taken it to a level that it will really perform the role it's supposed to perform. I assure you, it is not only human. In the aspect of human intelligence, we need the locals to assist us. It's very, very important. You cannot manufacture intelligence in-house. Somebody has to have it, and somebody has to give it for you to analyze it and make it intelligence. In the aspect of human, we have problems, because not all the locals that help us to be able to get to know where these people are, their movement. But unfortunately, our own movements are being reported through the activities of moles among us, and then through the activities of unpatriotic locals who are in the localities. The area of intelligence, I've said in this program that there is need for intelligence capability to be up. Effort by federal government to procure the necessary state-of-the-art intelligence gathering, ISR, that's intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance platform, was frustrated by some powerful countries. Wherever we go to get the equipment, they put their leg and ensure that we don't get. We went to Brazil, went to the UK, the France, all the countries, Ukraine. We made effort, they put their leg to ensure that we don't get the state-of-the-art intelligence gathering platforms. They are very, very important. Our development partners are helping us, but most of the platforms come from Chad, Niger, and so on. So, but I assure you that, again, COVID-19 also frustrated the effort to bring in this equipment. But a lot has gone, and I assure you that in the next coming weeks, I assure you that our intelligence gathering effort will get a new boost that will help to ensure that we get actionable intelligence, because there is no doubt about the fact that something has come. And I assure you, in no time, we'll begin to see the result. These gadgets are the game changers. I don't need to elaborate much for some obvious security reasons, but I assure you that we'll begin to see changes because our intelligence gathering effort has received heavy boost. I assure you.
All right. Thank you very much, General Jibrin, speaking with a great deal of confidence there, for former Director of Military Intelligence. Just to indicate that we have a number of tweets that have come in from our viewers. We'll take some of them before we sign off our guest. Chris Simeon says, for me, it's not about sacking of the service chiefs or reshuffling the security architecture of the country. I think there's a disconnect somewhere. If the federal government and relevant stakeholders fail to address it, the problem continues. But it doesn't tell us what that disconnect is. Now, if we can reach out and tackle everything and anyone trying to destabilize us as a people, just the way we are individually and collectively fighting COVID-19 daily, this land will be the envy of other nations. Mike Ayankwo, sacking of service chiefs is not the answer to the security challenges. What we need now is community and state police. There's no more room for grandstanding. We need legislation in this regard. Nigeria should, as a matter of priority, increase border security as well. Usman Banu Kanto, the resurgence of security challenges is worrisome. Multiple reasons are responsible. These include corruption, insubordination, and inadequate security personnel. Mutana Farouk, reduce the cost of governance, subsidize economic variables that trigger the cost of production in Nigeria, and plow more resources into productive ventures. Law Alpha C. It's unfortunate that the lofty records recorded by this administration in many sectors are being taken for granted by these merchants of death. Utulo Sunday, security architecture should be given utmost priority and borders given modern surveillance. Joseph, thank you. Erute Wesley, we also appreciate you, along with Mendoz Musa. So those are the tweets we can accommodate, and on that note, we'd like to thank our three guests for being with us this morning. Of course, this is a never-ending subject matter. We do hope we'll be able to get on top of the situation and have a more peaceable environment. Major General John Enenche, Coordinator of Defense Media Operations, I delight having you this morning on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you for the privilege.
All right. We also would like to appreciate Major General Ahmed Tijani Jibrin, former Director of Military Intelligence. Always a delight having you on Good Morning Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Deep thanks also to Dr. Kabir Adamu, our regular security analyst. Is a security risk management expert. Dr. Kabir, you have a nice day.
Thank you, and you.
All right. Okay, you're still watching Good Morning Nigeria. We are live on the network service of the NTA. Break now. When we return, we'll get ahead with our second topic for discussion, and it has to do with health insurance for the elderly. So if you're a senior citizen, this is pretty interesting. Even if you are young, you can also listen because you have to contribute to the wallet.
This is NTA News 24 broadcasting from Abuja. You can watch us anywhere, anytime on the following platforms.
Start Times, Channel 101, Freak TV, Channel 703, GSTV, Channel 419, and Go TV, Channel 46.
For more information, log on to our website, www.nta.ng, or join us on our social media handles, Twitter at NTA News 24, Facebook at NTA News 24.
For comments, suggestions, and inquiries, send an email to news24@nta.gov.ng or call us on the following numbers.
NTA News 24,
news and more news.
fathers.
I believe we have fought one civil war too many in this country. So those who experience it will run away from it.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
My name is Nando Jamda
Muhammad
Stedita
Hussein Musa Roduna Joel Tinji Said Musa John.
I'm a carpenter. I've been doing this for more than 8 years now.
Ina sai da plantain na kai kimamin shekara uku.
I've been selling my tomatoes for about 10 years now, and I do it for a better Nigeria.
And I do it for a better Nigeria.
Ina wannan sana'ar lemu ne domin Najeriya ta ci gaba. Ina sa domin Najeriya ta kyau. And you can see how we are doing our small little work to make Nigeria great.
As you can see, I'm a technician and I'm doing it to help myself and to help my generation.
Ina zaune ne a Plateau na business. Kuma ina yin wannan domin ci gaban ƙasar Najeriya.
For a better Nigeria. This message is from the National Orientation Agency.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
All right, you're welcome back, and you're still watching Good Morning Nigeria, and my colleague Claire has, of course, joined for the tailpiece of today's program, but she will be coming on shortly. Now, to ensure that every Nigerian has access to good healthcare services, Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Anire, has inaugurated a ministerial committee on the provision of health insurance for retirees and the elderly in the country. Now, to speak more on the work of the committee, let's welcome Mr. Linus Awute. He's a retired Federal Permanent Secretary and also the chairman of the Committee for the Provision of Health Insurance for Retirees and the Elderly in the country. Mr. Awute, pleasure to have you with us on the program.
It's my pleasure.
Retirement is treating you very well. You're looking much younger than you were some years ago.
Oh, really?
Nice seeing you. Also, with us in the studios this morning, we would like to welcome Professor Mohammed Nasri Sambo, who is Executive Secretary of NHIS. That's the National Health Insurance Scheme. Prof, pleasure to have you with us on the program.
Good morning, viewers.
And Dr. Salman Anas Kolo, Director of the Department of Family Health, the Federal Minister of Health, is also in the studios this morning. Dr. Kolo, pleasure to have you around.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
All right, Kingsley, thank you. Better late than never, they say. So, good to be here eventually. So let's me welcome the two gentlemen and the lady that will be joining us for this discussion. So let me start with the PAMSEC. Just give us an idea what this is all about, this expansion that we talk about the National Health Insurance Scheme.
We are talking about management and care of the elderly and retirees. And we are also conscious of the fact that there is no functional national policy that is designed to care for the retirees and the elderly. He talked about me looking better at retirement. I don't believe that. Because what we know is people retiring today, next day, they begin to look wretched, hungry, and dying. I think it is in his own good wisdom as a representative of Mr. President in the health sector that the Honorable Minister and his team deemed it necessary to set up a committee of this kind for which I'm the chairman. So the idea is for us to come up with a realistic, should I say, policy that is going to chart a course for this particular problem. First of all, we will need to have a policy. Secondly, we need to also agree amongst ourselves that the retirees and elderly need to be cared for. As it stands today, based on what we have of statistics, there is upsurge in the growth of the elderly in this country, as in many other places. But in such climate, maybe there are some certain cushioning effects, as an outcome of policy that is designed to care for the elderly. But since we do not have, the time has come for us to do just that. Because it is given that between 2012 and 2017, the figure is put at 5.9 million, representing perhaps 3% of the proportion of our population. So when that data is trended, it is also believed that by 2020, where we are today, the figure is 8.9. If you extrapolate that data based on the trend of growth, in 2015, we're going to have about 13% of the population of the country as the aged. So what do you do? That's the question. And you and I are aware that even though there may not have been any specific care system or welfare system for the elderly, but they have also benefited from the general welfare system that we had, that have been totally replaced by what they call market demand. By market demand, you are trying to say that the welfare system should go, and any gesture of that nature must be dictated by market demand. By so doing, you have already taken the right, which we consider as the tenets of a civil right, even when you say, the food that people eat when they go to hospital should be taken away.
Okay, let me, sorry, Kingsley.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mr. Linus Awate, thank you very much. Dr. Salma Kolo, I would like you to elaborate further on what the underpinning idea is about this whole idea of a special health insurance scheme for retirees and the elderly. Why single out retirees? Are they retirees from the public sector or retirees from both the public and private? And why the special focus on the elderly? Once we already have a general health insurance scheme that ordinarily should last a lifetime if you continue to pay the premium and you take advantage of the services available.
Right. Thank you very much. Yes, why the focus on retirees? I think it is a quest for us to achieve our vision, the vision of the universal health care coverage, leaving no one behind. If you observe, this has been the focus of the administration, and this is what the Honorable Minister of Health has been piloting to ensure that all citizens of Nigeria, particularly the vulnerable people, which includes the elderly, women, children, adolescents, and as well as the elderly, have access to quality healthcare services at affordable to them, accessible to them, and easily available to them so that we improve their health. So it is out of this that the federal government also decided to ensure that we don't leave even the elderly people behind. As my permanent secretary mentioned, there are now teeming population of elderly people. The elderly constitute almost 6 to 7% of the Nigerian population at the moment. And with the COVID pandemic, we've seen the impact of the infection, of the disease on the lives of the elderly. Majority of those that lost their lives as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic are elderly people, most of them between the ages of 60 and above. So there needs to focus on them to make them more productive, because they are productive anyway. And also they are institutional memory, so that they can continue to mentor and contribute their own quota to national development. So when we talk about singling them out, actually they are not singled out. out, they are part of the totality of the vulnerable populations in Nigeria. Just like he rightly mentioned, after retirement at 60 years, you are cut off from healthcare services. And this is the time that they are exposed to a lot of health problems, both psychological and physical problems. It's the time that they are a lot of issues surround them. They are exposed to non-communicable diseases, especially hypertensive diseases, diabetic, and several other diseases. So this is the time that they need much more health care than ever before during their very active period, years in service. So carrying them along, ensure that they are not left behind, I think is the focus of the administration. And then beyond the retirees, we are also looking at elderly that are not even retirees. They are there in our populations. The scenario is changing. In the past, we used to have a very strong family safety net. This is gradually eroding. You find in the villages, you find elderly people, their children are not there to take care of them. Even if they are abroad, they send the money, but the money does not make a difference in them. It doesn't reach them. So by this scheme, I'm sure that my colleague, Dr. Sambo, will talk more about it, is to ensure that a safety net is created for them, even wherever they are, even if they are in remote villages, they should be able to have access to healthcare facilities, be it at the secondary level or even at the primary level of care. So this is the focus of the administration, to ensure that they are well respected, they remain healthy as long as they continue to age, they age with dignity and continue to make maximum contribution to national development. So that is the main reason why we are focusing on them.
Thank you, Dr. Kulu. Quite laudable. But let me bring in of course, the Professor Nasiri Gambo, Executive Secretary of NHIS. The concern will be who funds this? What are the financing options? And then secondly, what are the health conditions that this scheme, specifically for the retired and the elderly, will cover?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, it is in an attempt to address the concern, that is why this concern you raised, that is why this committee is established. If you look at the trend of health insurance coverage, the formal sector people, that is the employees of federal government or state government or local government, why they have insurance. You enjoy the insurance system until when you are retiring. And at the point of retirement, you are left without cover. So in order to address this gap, that is why the National Health Insurance Scheme, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, is now coming together to see how we can now come together and develop a program so that we ensure continuity of services by the employees who have been in formal employment and now they are retiring, only to drop the services they are getting. So the whole essence of this committee is to now look at the totality of the situation. Can the retirement package of an individual sufficient enough to enable him continue to receive care? Will it not be enough? If it will not be enough, how can we mobilize resources to ensure that they continue to be covered? If you look at the pension commission, there is a provision for an employee to be contributing through PENCOM, and after retirement, he will continue to enjoy the stipend that is coming from the pension contribution without factoring the healthcare needs of the retirees. So this committee has in it many stakeholders, including the PENCOM and other stakeholders, so that we can now sit down and see how do we take care of those people under retirement. Let me quickly say that the military and the police, the president has given approval. In fact, we have started covering them under the National Health Insurance Scheme. The retirees from the military, the retirees from the police, and even the retirees from the SS, they are also enjoying the cover by the security service. So what of the other workers? That is why we are here to discuss. Apart from the retirees, we are also looking at the elderly, people above the age of 60. And if you look at people above the age of 60, you can divide them into two. There are those who have retired from the service. There are those who have not been in government services, but they have ability to pay premium to continue to get services. And there are those who were never in work, who have never been in work in either private or public sector, but they cannot have opportunity to pay premium to get services. So those people are that are regarded as a vulnerable segment of population who cannot by any means have a means of payment of premium. So what do we do with them? There is under the Federal Ministry of Health provision of Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, which is a fund that is coming from the Consolidated Revenue Account to cover the vulnerable segment of the population. But if you look at the total amount of money that is coming for the coverage of vulnerable, is far cry to take care of all the vulnerable segment of the population. So this committee will attempt to look at this various situation and various scenario to see what are the population of this retiree, what are the population of the aged, how much is required to cover their healthcare challenges.
What percentage are you looking at? Of contribution.
Yeah, even as Claire, even as contribution, you are co-chair of the committee, and Lionel Sawote, the former permanent secretary, is also there. Who are the other members of the committee? I'm sure probably it's a large committee. I just want to ask, do you have on the committee finance experts? Do you have on the committee actuarists? That's to say, experts in actuarial science who can forecast longevity and so on and so forth. And then we can begin to know the population we'll be dealing with from time to time over a period of time.
In this undertaking, we are reasonably aware that there are many things that are lacking that we have to be put in place. For example, we have a situation where there is lack of geriatric doctors even. We are also reasonably aware that we will need such persons and also geriatric academicians who will do all these forecasts like you are talking about. But, you know, it cannot come from the blues. There must be a policy on ground that will ignite this type of process. So we are believing or thinking that in the course of our job as committee, definitely we will touch on all this. Because it's not just about what you give to the retiree or elderly, but it is also about how you manage him. Because to my mind, I believe that even the doctors that we have, particularly those who are qualified in internal medicine and family medicine, there's nothing wrong if these people can undergo 3 years courses under scholarship to qualify for this specialized area. Because first of all, that is lacking. Another thing that is lacking also in the society is if a retiree or an elderly person is moving from point A to B, what happens to him? He may want to urinate on the way to that place somewhere because of his own peculiar situation. So what does he do? Again, a retiree, an elderly person going to the hospital, a very old person going to the hospital, you know, what happens when he gets there? Is there any established condition that would recognize his own peculiar situation to be able to handle that? These are not the things we have in the system.
So are you also thinking of dedicated opticals?
Of course, we are supposed to have also geriatric centers. We're supposed to have trained persons. I spoke about doctors. We are supposed to have caregivers in this country with specialized training that is focused on this area of healthcare. So, just like you said, there is a lot that this committee is going to look at, and the committee is well populated and well represented, and we have been given a wide jurisdiction to also give consideration to the possibility of co-opting those that we feel have the inclination and direct bearing on the subject matter to also partake.
Lifespan of the committee?
The committee is not giving any specific lifespan, but as the chairman, during our maiden meeting, I have indicated that we are going to give ourselves a timeline because we do not want to have an endless committee. We do not also want to have a committee that we end up giving recommendations without implementation strategy. That is the extra responsibility we are giving to ourselves to make a difference.
Dr. Kolo, one of the things that Mr. Linus Awuti just said now was to say, look, the committee, of course, will co-opt experts and so on and so forth. My colleague Claire was referencing, look, earlier, do we have a sense of current medical needs of retirees and the elderly? And can we also have an assessment of the future medical needs of these persons? That's one. Second point will also be medical supplies. Where will these supplies come from against the backdrop of medicine insecurity to an extent in the country? Are you going to have to factor all of this in?
Thank you very much. Yes, the first responsibility, the terms of reference of this subcommittee, is to conduct a situational analysis of what exists in the country in terms of what you have said, the number, the magnitude, and the spread and the coverage of the retirees in Nigeria, and also the elderly people. And then identify what are their actual health needs. How are they accessing services? What capacity do we have in terms of our healthcare delivery, providing services, reaching the needs of the elderly people and then the old people in Nigeria? Looking at it at the all tiers of the healthcare delivery, the tertiary, the secondary, and the primary healthcare level. So this is part of what the committee is supposed to establish before even making the recommendations. But you know, we are not starting in vacuum. We are starting based on existing strengths that existed in the past. In 2017, a level of situation analysis was conducted in the country. So what we wanted to do is first to gather information that exists and know where to start from. At the moment, as I'm talking to you, it's not that we don't have completely a non-geriatric center in Nigeria. Something exists in the country, though it's not the level of what we want because it cannot meet the needs. University College Hospital Ibadan is one of the centers that have a functional geriatric facilities to care for the elderly people. We also have Benin Teaching Hospital, Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital. At the moment, even the National Hospital is currently providing services.
As a working framework to to start off. All right, Dr. Salma Anas Kolo, I'm afraid I have to stop at this point. We've run out of time. Director, Department of Family Health, Federal Ministry of Health, thank you very much for joining us. Professor Mohammed Nasir Sambo, Executive Secretary, NHIS, and co-chair of the committee, thank you very much as well. And former retired permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Health, and chairman of the committee, Linus Awuti, thank you very much. And I can assure you that this is a developing story. We'll keep an eye on it here on NTA. All right, Kingsley.
For those who are in the bracket, that's good news actually that they're working on this. All right, Kingsley, I'm sure you're looking at me with surprise, Prof. You shouldn't.
But Kingsley, I just like to say that the traffic, because that's the reason why we came.
All right, yeah. So we'll deal with that. Yes. We'll deal with that some other time. Thanks for being with us on the program today. We're back tomorrow same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. Until then, do take care of yourself. Be responsible and take care of another person near you. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And I'm Claire Dilabo Abdurazak. Do have a great day ahead.
Hey beautiful, your eyes, your smile are all begging me to take you home tonight. Now reading page 3. Experience unlimited super-fast internet access from Entel 4G. Entel. Live more.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Wise ones have said that man proposes, but God disposes. To some people, it's just a saying, but it's the truth. It's something that truly, truly happens, and I've seen it happening. Welcome. This is Thoughts for the Week with me, Cordelia Ogbe. Now, let's start off by, answering some of these questions. Do you have parents who maybe now have retired, have gone back to the village, maybe they're somewhere close to you, or your in-laws? You have? Now the next question is, how often do you reach out to them? How often do you care for them? Question. Think about that. There are people who believe that they do not owe their parents anything at all. That after all, did I beg you to call me from heaven? I was staying on my own JJ when you gave birth to me. Sending them to school, doing this and that, is something you ought to have done for them because you fathered them or mothered them, so they have come to believe, so they have come to say. But our elders, are they very happy with this? Not so. Let me share a story with you that our elders shared with us. The story of the woodpecker. The woodpecker is a bird that digs very well into wood and all that. It digs very well. At a point, the old mother had wanted to see him. Oh, I'll see her later, I'll see her later, I'll see her later. She kept saying that, procrastinating. And then the woodpecker had this very beautiful plan that whenever the old mother dies, he was going to dig a very beautiful grave for the mother using his very powerful beak. And alas, the mother died. And the woodpecker, on that very day of the burial, had a big ball on his beak. And so, the woodpecker could not do what he had dreamt of doing, digging a big grave for the mother. Our elders say, if your relation is dancing well in an arena, but you do not have money to dole on him, your hearty cheers would do. Put simply, you may not have much to give to your parents right now, but your encouragement, talking to them, talking with them, visiting them when you can, would go a long way. It would be like you are cheering them on for all the work they've done. We've come to see that in this region, and maybe other parts of the world, I don't know about them, I'll speak about this region. You'll find that when somebody dies, an old man, woman dies, you find everybody rallying around the children trying to raise money to do what? To go and modify their home house, or to try and build a house before they can bury their loved ones. That can be very painful. Especially maybe when they were alive, you didn't do anything at all for them. Now let me share some of these quotes with you. To care for those who once cared for you is one of the highest honors. Parents, they didn't leave you when you were young, so don't leave them when they are old. Thoughts for the week. Are you one of those who believe that your parents You do not owe them anything when they become old and all retired because they did what they had to do for you because they gave birth to you and so on. Till I come your way again, do think about these things and remember that what goes around comes around. My name is Cordelia Ogbe. Take care.
Hello, it's always a joy to be with you on this platform, the conversation where we speak, you listen. We talk about anything, everything. And today we'll be zeroing in on how to ensure that there is always money in your pocket, ease of doing business. Now, every day we are encouraged to do one thing or the other. You know, find skills, entrepreneurial skills, whatever it is, but whatever, just keep moving. Like Martin Luther King would say, if you can't run, you can walk. If you can't walk, you can crawl. But whatever you do, don't stand still. Sometimes we do all of that, but we still find ourselves standing still due to some pressure. That it will be our thrust for today. We're going to find out what are those things that propel us backward when we're actually moving forward. And when we talk, we say we. Like my sister would say, we is plural, not singular. So,
And I'm Robin, and I'm here to discuss ease of doing business.
I am Mazi Chukuma Ohaka,
The money man.
the business coach.
Economy. The money man. And I am Queen Rita Agujo. Thank you for joining us today.
You know, once this topic came up, the only thing I was hearing and seeing in my brain was Chukuma. But don't ask me why. I'll answer that on my own when we come back from this break. Don't go away.
Have you ever wondered why some men cannot finish using the towel and just hang it back somewhere in the bathroom? Why would they have to throw it on the bed? Little things like that I put off.
Have you ever wondered why a grown man with a wife and kids will go to the toilet, the lavatory, to ease himself, to do number one, to pee, right? He takes the seat up, he flips out that thing. The moment he starts peeing, he flushes the toilet, right? The toilet does its own bit. The flushing is done before the pee is done. And 10 liters of water is wasted. The pee is still there.
Oh my goodness.
He doesn't put the seat back down. He doesn't reflush. He doesn't wash his hands. He walks away.
That's why I don't like shaking men, by the way. There's a particular thing we know many men to be very, very guilty of, and that's throwing their shoes and stockings all over. Maybe men are going to be better, not throwing it around, but there's just some that have those smelly feet and keep it for you in the living room. Women don't like it.
Show is conversation, and we did mention before we took our little break that we'll be looking at how to put more money on your pocket. And if I interpret it right, it is the ease of doing business. Now, business has been described in my very mundane language, using money to chase money. Am I right? Okay. Or are there more to it?
Using money to chase money.
Using ability to chase money.
Okay.
Using resources to chase money.
Using resources to chase money.
Okay, so it's not just money, resources. What are the resources when we talk about?
It can be your brain, can be your time, it can be your...
It could be your network.
Yeah, network.
You know, most times people don't know that network is money too.
This is my money right here. My network.
Network is, they always say that your network is also
your network.
Okay. So it depends on the kind of friends you gather around yourselves. If you put millionaires, I just saw that joke. If you put millionaires together, if you are in the midst of 10 billionaires and you're not a billionaire, you'll soon be the 11th billionaire. But if you're in the midst of 10 torturers, no matter how big you are, they are going to be the next 11 torturers. So it's like that. Money attracts money.
Is it that these people are going to contribute to your purpose, or you're going to work towards it? How does it work?
Is it two-way, right?
It's about when big people, when you are with people, the kind of information you'll be getting from them would ginger you. The kind of discussions you'll be having with them, the kind of things you'll be drawing from them. Because when you are in the midst of people who always see positivity in everything, no matter how negative your mind is, you begin to adapt to that positivity. Now, when you begin to stay in the midst of people who see failure in everything, no matter how far you've gone, you begin to move into that thing that they have always started seeing. So whatever strength you have that would have propelled you upwards will start dwindling, because you've started seeing people who never believed that anything is possible. Gradually, you start lowering your standard, and before you know it, you are thinking like them. And as you begin to think like them, most of the things, you start losing the connect that put you up there. And you begin to feel the vibes that are there. And before you know it, people say, something is wrong with this man. Is he okay? I'm seeing a lot of changes. Village people.
You begin to change your feather. Yes. You know that birds of the same feather flock together thing.
Yes, so
you weed the feather you have and take on the one that the majority
So it's important to checkmate people around you. But from what you've just told me, I want to believe that when we talk about ease of doing business, it's also what are the things you need, what are the things that actually lay you back, and your mindset, from what you said, is a big one. So if you think positive, you also have positive. If you begin to see stumbling blocks as stepping stones, then you have that mountain already climbed. Is that it?
I always say that challenges are raw materials for champions.
Challenges.
Challenges.
Are you writing? Take notes.
Challenges are raw materials for champions. If there was never a Goliath, there wouldn't have been a King David. If he had seen that man and run away. So, but he saw it as a challenge, and he refined it, and it became a raw material. Gold can never be gold until it passes through a process. Every man up there had passed through a process. And that process is something that you have to self-determine to be willing to sacrifice yourself to go through. Most times, people give up at the verge of their breakthrough. Most times.
Now, this inspirational, propelling speech that Chukwuma is giving us right now, I want you to bring it to Nigeria. Because I buy all this, okay? But whenever you mention ease and business, the first thing that comes to my mind is power supply, high rental, no access to finance, no access to resources, intellectual resources. You're talking intellectual resources now, which is very important. But these are the basics that often, jumps at me when I think about doing business. How much is the rent in ABC location? How will I be sustained? Because if it's a salon, if it's a spa, if it's this kind of business, I need power 24/7. Am I going to be my own local government providing me water, security, light, and road access? And access. So when you have all this ginger from this kind of speech that you just gave, because I'm gingered right now. When you have all this ginger and then you step out of that lecture and you face bish, no power, no money, how do you maneuver that?
Let me explain something. Most times people come up after reading several motivational books and they come and echo it to people and you expect people to do that, I saw one that said, I started my restaurant with a grain of rice and stuff like that. I am speaking from the point of a man that had seen all that you have said, not from a very rich family, not from any political appointed brother, not from any brother sending me any amount of money or anything. I started from the grassroots. And one of the key things that helped me, have been things I told you. Determination. Now, despite all that you have mentioned, people are still surviving in Nigeria.
Very true.
Now, how are these people surviving? Because there are people who could decide to say, okay, fine, I am looking at the positive side, and there are people who say, I'm looking at the negative side. So it depends on the route you want to follow. Despite all these challenges, people are still making money, people are still surviving. But the most critical point of it is that, first, you say many people have also said, I want to survive. Yes, I want to survive. Do you have all that it takes to survive? How many times are you willing, when it throws to you and you're willing to accept it, to refine it and bring it out? Because sometimes it throws to you and you remain on the floor. You take it and you don't know what to refine on it. I could give a real life scenario. It's a story that had happened to me, and I always repeat it, because when I repeat it, not because I want people to clap for me, but because someone else might be passing through that. I working in the financial service industry, and at a point in my career, there was a kind of setback. Things weren't working during the banking crisis. I lost my job. I was heading a region, and there was no money. And the little I saved, because then you were encouraged to borrow to invest in shares. The little I had was a loan I took to buy shares. And I knew that I didn't have money again to service this loan. So I needed to get off that toxic loan. I sold those shares at a loss to ensure that I moved myself out of the debt. And when that finished, I had nothing. And when I say I had nothing, at a point, I didn't have 20 naira to buy candlelight for my wife to give to birth our son. And if people live with me if they're watching, they know this story. And what did I do? My wife had some little savings of about 27,000 naira then.
What year was this?
If I say you will laugh. This was 2008, 2009.
Wow.
And my wife had little savings of 27,000 naira. And this 27,000 naira, she told me about it. And I met a friend of mine who happened to work in one of the new generation banks then. I was a big person. And he told me he had an agreement with a particular bread factory. I was living in Imo State in Owerri, in Enugu. And he had, those bread factories don't have have reps distributors in Owerri. So, and that he had finished the business, he was going to do that business. But he felt that because I didn't have what I was doing, I could go do that business. Remember, I had a car, my wife had a car. And it was something like, how could I have just come from a salary of about 416K then to coming to sell bread? First thing is most people or some people are where they are because of pride. They will ask themselves, who said me after that? I cannot do it. No, they will keep believing. Hunger does not ask you what you want to do. You have to take steps first and go back. So when he gave me that proposal, I jumped at it and I made an arrangement with the people. And the first thing I did was to bring out my book. And I told my wife, I used to earn so amount of money. And I'm going to do an analysis of number of loaves I was going to sell to earn my salary.
Wow.
I didn't see it as a bread business. I saw it as a source of income. Are you getting it? Now, and when I started, I told her that what I was going to apply is the same zeal I used in doing the other people's job. I'll use that zeal for myself. I seen the determination. I sold pride. I took it away. I removed the coat of a big man that used to have impress.
I'm sure by this time the coat has actually been bigger than you.
No,
you would have shrunk yourself, and then the coat is
the irony is, when I lost my job, I was thrown off balance.
And you started binging?
I begged them to keep me to work for free so that I can have a place to go. My wife listened. She told me, you can't do that. I said, what will I do? I had no idea, no plans. It was like they just brought me from up down. Wow. I was like, okay, let me be coming to the office for free. They said, no, we are winding down. I'm like, what? Is that how my word is? So, the first thing, I removed the identity of what I used to be, and I wore the identity of a bread seller. And I will meet you, the first thing I tell you, my name is Chukum and I sell bread. People mocked, people laughed at me. I told my wife that I designed a a format where there is a crowd. There must be people who eat bread. So I designed a market format. I drive my car, I drive my wife's car. She drives her car. So we'll bring the bread. We started using our cars to sell it, use our boats to sell it. I will go to FMC, State Secretariat, and we'll do the supplies. After supplying to some supermarkets, in the evening, we'll park at a very popular junction near our house. Then we'll be, like, these people will just be passing, hey, bread, come. We'll just put bread and come and give you. But I had a focus. And do you know the funny thing? From bread, I was making 300 and something thousand a month.
Wow.
I have my record. If you doubt, maybe what I'll do is I'll find out that record.
After you have removed what you used in purchasing the bread?
Yes.
Profit.
Profit. I was making, because I had my record. Wow. I was making 300 and something. Within a few months, I was able to save 500 and something thousand to buy a bus.
For bread?
Yes. And because I was overseeing people, I was managing people. So I needed to. So I employed a driver and a sales girl. Who were then moving the bread to some locations while I was also doing that. Fast forward. We continued in that business. Money kept coming. Then we moved from there to diapers, other kind of businesses. That was how we started. Then we moved into supermarket and all the rest and all that.
Now, let me ask you a critical question. The bread business, you were not the one baking, so you didn't have issue with lights and all that. But you had issue with tax force, I don't know, area boys and all that. How did you handle it? Because a lot of people have made these taxi drivers
multiple taxation.
They complain a whole lot about tax and all that. How were you able to circumvent?
I'll start from this way. That one of the areas government would really need to look into is this area of taxation. Till today, it's still a problem because there are multiple people collecting the same kind of tax. This person will come and say, I am from ABCD. And you see that they are related taxes. But then, as a sharp guy that I was, and I'm still, what I did was I made friends. I made friends with the tax force people. I still have their numbers. If I just bring out sometimes, if I type emblem, I'll see their name, they'll come. And I still talk with them. I made friends with those guys who were because I was on the street. I was on the floor. So the man that is on the floor needs not to fear anything. I needed to survive. So I made friends with them, and when the people want to come and harass me, in fact, there was a day one of them took my boss. I had to call this other guy. He went and rescued my boss. He said, it's my August boss. When you know them, they defend you. But I was always tipping this guy who was always giving me a cover. You understand, at that time, because there was no other way I could do but to do that. And another thing I did was I registered with All Bread Association in Imo State. I made sure that I registered with them so that they gave me my days. So that if I want to come and sell bread, I had my days were Tuesday and Thursday. So on that day, they will make their members buy from me because I'm a member of the association. So I registered in other locations. So because of the registration, it was easy for me to do. And I advise every person that wants to do business. You can't run away from the regular things. There are the illegal ones, but the regular ones that you need to survive. If you're into pharmaceutical now, you have to make sure that you register the pharmaceutical association and the bodies that are in charge of that, so that nobody will come into your place and tell you what is not. If people are telling you what's not, you find a way to report to the association so that the association would also give you a cover. Because I was with Bread Association of Imo State then, there was no hit you could give me that could. I would know how to take my cover with them. You understand? But currently, I'm throwing this line because I'm not talking to the well-established big people. Because those guys can always have their connect. I'm talking to people who would have been in my shoes, people who would have lost their job because the pandemic...
Boy, has that happened exactly.
Yes, the pandemic had made a lot of businesses close down. And a lot of people now are not doing anything. And you ask them, what are you doing? They say, I'm not doing anything. My brother, I'm looking for work. Now, if you have to get something, you have to take aside, throw away anything that has to do with pride. Throw away the spirit of trying to dupe people. Because one of the things that worked consistently for me was the ability to be accountable. I made sure that the people that were supplying me, I was paying them. Now, if you are going to work, or even if you don't have money, I've always said this. One of the things that propelled us was the fact that I had someone who was a clearing agent to a lot of importers.
A lot of what?
Importers.
Importers.
Okay.
And at that point in time, he knew that he could vouch for me. and he vouched for me. That's where network comes in. He told someone. I didn't have capital. If I tell you how money came in, I had a friend who told me about his friend who also lost his job from the bank, and they paid him huge sum, 5 million. Then it was a big amount. And the guy was like,
it's still a big amount.
The guy was like, I don't know what to do with this money. And he had to take out 1 million. And this, my friend introduced me to these importers, and one of the importers asked me, can you raise 5 million? I said yes. I didn't have anywhere to raise 5 million. And I came back, I told this friend that, can you imagine this man asked me if I can raise 5 million? He said, what is that? I said, what will I say? I said, yes. Now let me be trying and see if I can raise this money. He said, okay, so and so person has 4 million. I said, he has 4 million. I said, yes. I said, 4 million 5 million minus 4. That the man will collect. We entered Calabar because the guy imports through Tinapa, Free Trade Zone, yes. We entered Calabar. I went and told my friend, I have 4 million. He said, fine, let's go. What you would see from me is positive. Everything about me is positive. Everything was possible. For as long as it was legit.
So that spirit of positivity is key.
Everything about me was...
business.
I'm sure people who know this story watching would tell you this is true. As in, the positivity in me was extreme. In fact, sometimes I ask myself, where did you get that energy from? I got to Calabar, we met, and I was talking like one big man. The man didn't know it wasn't my money. How did this guy trust me to give me 4 million? He had known my track record. That's where trust is important. People always destroy their future in trying to do some minor few things that means nothing. I told this guy, it's the guy that brought the 4 million is not my friend. I told his friend, who is my friend. And I said, okay, you can invest this 4 million. You've seen our track record of our business. We've moved from bread to diapers. In fact, at the point I used my son's picture for signage for our diapers. Then into this warehouse now. So you have seen the track record. We now need to expand, but we don't have enough money. But if you give me this 4 million, I'll be giving you a particular amount of money every month. Any day you need this, your 4 million, give us 3 months notice. We'll be able to give you back your money. The guy said, no problem. The first month, we gave him the amount we agreed. The second month, we gave him the amount we agreed. Then we took this 4 million to this man. I told the man, so I couldn't raise 5 million, but I brought 4 million. If you give me your goods in so and so period, I'll be able to give you the 1 million. The guy said, okay, pay the 4 million into the account. I paid the 4 million into the account. The man supplied me goods of 16 million.
That's called distributorship.
16 million. Hey.
And business chart.
To be honest,
okay. Lizzie.
Mr. Chooks here, I feel like my own generation of people will be like, that man is just talking. He's just talking. Yeah, I know he has mentioned 2018, but I'm like a living testimony of a recent, I had a conversation with someone who happens to be a big man in power. And I said, I feel depressed. And he said, why? I said, because I'm seeing so many girls in Abuja, young girls like me, who have big cars, have plenty money. I want my own money. And he said, Enobong, stick to your story. He said, Enobong, I have known you long enough. You have a track record. Stick to your story. For me, I'm not a billionaire yet. I don't have his kind of money. I don't have his kind of connect. But I have a story to tell somebody who is willing to try. I finished university. Before I even went for NYSC, I entered Balogun. Okay, I told my mom, I said, I needed money for this. Everybody around me, I said, I need 10,000 naira from everybody. And I raised, I think it was 50,000 naira. Then I entered the night bus, went to Balogun. That's how I started selling clothes, Bought Okurika. I went to Mandilas, bought shirts, packet shirts. I trekked my life out that day.
Oh, if you go to Balogun, you must trek.
I trekked my life out. But what I was looking for I was looking for quality things that you won't really find in Calabar, but things that people will appreciate. I bought perfumes, I bought stuff from Balogun because I didn't really know my way. That was my first time. My mother is not a businesswoman. Nobody in my family does business. I don't know where I got my own, instinct from. So I take these goods to Calabar, and of course, you always must keep records. Because I have my records from my first business till date.
Wow.
I have my records. I don't joke with records.
I have my records till today.
The people who are owing me from that time, I still have their names.
Pay up.
Till now, but it's fine.
It's an opportunity to announce their names.
Until Lizzie, I'll break a lot of tables.
On national TV.
It was easy that because of ignorance, I would buy a purse for like 700 naira and sell for at least sometimes 3,500.
Of course.
4,000. Because of information, I could sell it. I can sell a human being, to be very honest.
Okay, we're not for sale, for the record.
So, that was it. And then I started making it. There was money coming in. And then my friend was like, no, the new thing that is raining now is makeup. Oh, how far? I said, I don't do makeup. I used to be tomboyish. I'll leave all this packaging and make correct, wear your face cap and be going. You know, so I went, Maud was doing a training then. I went, did the training. And as God will have it, network is what he's talking about. The next week, I got a job of about 200K.
Wow.
I'm saying this because people will think it's not possible. You know, I didn't have to do so much for it. Me, who was not even experienced in the makeup, because I just finished, what I did was call other people who were experienced. I said, come and do the job. I'll give you so and so cut. Come and do the job. I'll give you. And what I did was learn from them while they were doing it.
And you learned to do
so
it
I kept
yourself.
learning, you know. And for me, it has been that way. So from one stage to the other, to the business that I'm doing now, even though we never blow, you
Don't
know,
worry.
but I can say consistency.
You know, consistency is key.
Consistency. We never blow
the
now.
blowing part, you know, you and I have an agreement. We know how to go about blowing it. We'll discuss it because you've actually brought up a lot of things that I want to speak of. But let's quickly do a small break. When we come back, we'll continue.
I know this is not just me that this thing is happening to. It's happening to a lot of business owners in this country. But this is not fair. This is not fair. Like we work from morning till night to make sure that we attain this success. We make sure that we help these people that work under us. I mean, you can't expect us to be doing business and at the same time every bloody day these AMAC people will come and frustrate you. I'm just coming from Gwarimpa branch. I'm going to post the videos beside this one. Like, they went to Gwarimpa branch this morning. It is a restaurant that has a bigger branch. The main branch is in Plateau. You come from nowhere. You just go to the other branch and seal it. And you sealed it with the people inside plus customer. Why would you seal a restaurant with people inside? Why? With food, with things that we took to that place. For what reason? You said, oh, you need a food handler's receipt. Because we did not have the food handler's receipt in Gwarimpa, they brought a court order to seal the place. Then they called me. I was in a meeting. I said, okay, let me speak to the guy. I spoke to him and he said, Madam, it's either we lock it up or you give us 250. And I was like, I don't understand. I give you 250. Where the hell will I get the 250 to give you? Every bloody day you come with different receipts. I said, sir, we've paid for this. The receipts are in the main branch. Could you come to the main branch or can you wait for them to bring all the receipts? Before I opened this restaurant, I went out of my way to do the right thing, to get all the receipts. Every single thing that we need to register for, I went out of my way to get them. I registered for them. Last year, I did the whole registration. We paid through Remitter. Then they keep coming every day. When we show them a receipt from the remitting thing that we did, they keep saying, oh, that is not us. This is our own. Give us this. This year, I said, okay, let's do the Nigerian way. Give us everything that we need to pay in total. Then I will give you, there's one particular person that comes, I give you, go and pay everything and give me a receipt. He went, he did that, they gave us all the receipts. They said we have to do tests for all the staff. I took my time. Almost 100 people, almost 100 people. I took them, all of them, batch by batch to the hospital to do tests. The results are here. That is food handler's results. We have it here. Just wait for me to come. They'll shut down the place. I was in a meeting, I couldn't go out for 4 bloody hours. You shut down a place with people inside. Then you tell me it's from the court. Which court order will tell you to shut down a place? Then it's either they shut it down or you give them money. Why do we have to bribe you to do the right thing? Why? It's so bloody annoying that we have to go out of our way to constantly work to provide for people that the government is supposed to provide for. But we take this responsibility. More than 120 people are working under this restaurant. And then you bloody want to frustrate me every single day. I'm just 35. I cannot have peace in doing business. What kind of country is this? What do you want us to do?
Okay, it's still conversation, and what we just saw is rather disheartening. But the truth is, it is real. And I have somebody with me in the studio corroborating that. Let me leave you to tell your own experience.
Yes, what the lady said is actually the truth. Sometime 2 years back, we kept receiving this kind of message, several pay this, pay that from AMAC. And at a point, it got me here. You pay this, another group will come. You pay this, another group will come. And I told my friends, I said, no, someone needs to challenge this. Or else, at least someone has to be a voice for the voiceless. They said, how? I said, I'm going to take it up. I'm going to challenge them. So I looked at one of the ones that they called, and I called the number. The guy said he was one executive director, blah, 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 blah. I said, all this title we have, one this title. Where's the office? I went with my lawyer. He didn't know I was with a lawyer. So I said, sir, you said I should pay 700 and something thousand for. He finished that we have not done fumigation. I said, sir, for corrections.
700 and...
I said, for corrections.
For
I said, for corrections. I said, I don't do fumigation for you. I do fumigation because the business I do requires I do fumigation. And it is in my safety that I do fumigation, not because I need you. He said that I didn't do my fumigation with their own certified fumigator. I asked him a question. Did you tell me, or did you for once come to my office to tell me who your certified fumigators are? I said, whether you have a certified fumigator or not, the most important thing is that I do my fumigation for the purpose of my being in business, because I need to do that.
It's very easy. It's very possible that this person is actually not from AMAC.
He is. He's an agent. I'll tell you.
Wow.
So I told him, sir, because then my manager had offered to pay them 100 and something thousand. I said, you see that 100 and something thousand? He said, I'm not paying. Because he said that for a number of years we have not done. I said, there's never been any 3-4 months I don't do fumigation. Not because of you, but because I need to do that. The guy said, okay, the matter has already gone to court. I said, fine and good. Which of the courts? He mentioned one magistrate court in zone 1 or zone 3. I don't know. I told my guy, let's go. The guy said, okay, let's go now because I know these people. Lo and behold, by the time we got in there to see the register, they said they just called your matter. We got in there. What did we see? None of the people that they have listed as people that they are going to come to court. But there was a judgment going on people
that were not there.
Yes. And I walked in. Before we could come in, the guy had called their people to drop our name, that they shouldn't come to us. So when we got in, my lawyer insisted, said, I need to make an appearance in this case, so that tomorrow they will not come and say anything. Let it be on record that we appeared. Despite the fact they were telling us, no, that they have dropped our case, that we shouldn't bother. My lawyer said, I said, let's go. He said, no, sir, we have to. We have to make appearance. Whoa. I said, okay, go ahead. He introduced himself and everything. They said, okay, that they have looked at our case and they have dropped our case. And now asked a question.
No, why did they drop it?
Nothing. I didn't do.
No, you are aware.
I paid nothing.
He showed knowledge.
I paid nothing. And nobody harassed me. And recently, this was sometime this year again, another set of people came and said they were coming to do a job that NAFDAC is supposed to do. And they met my manager. The manager asked them, excuse me, are you NAFDAC? No. Are you Consumer Protection Council? No. What certifies you to come in and do this check you want to do? Because we know the people that are supposed to do it, and we submit to those agencies that are supposed to do that. He said, we are warned. We were told that you people are very stubborn. Oh. And he even issued a threat. So they called me when I was in the office. I said, someone issued a threat in the place. I said, get me the guy's number now. The guy said, I said, okay, fine and good. All of a sudden, we saw a court someone. I called my lawyer. I said, another work, don't come more. Let's go to court. So what happened is that a lot of people go pay a particular money to either AMAC or a particular agency, and they are given this contract. You pay this, you pay that. In fact, at a point, I told them I was going to write to the office of the vice president because people struggle to come out. There was one that went viral. Before the pandemic, before the lockdown, as we were trying to open up, there was one that went around that people are going to pay either 150,000 or 200,000. I think I still have it on my phone before they open their shops. And Liz, it went viral. I was like, how?
But they denied it. That's why I asked, I said, is it so even possible that they are not from Amak? Because I saw that one you're talking about. And I actually went to Amak.
I actually sent it to you.
So I went to Amak. I actually spoke with the chairman, Candido. And I said, this thing is out there and you people are saying people should. He said, no. That they are insisting you must fumigate with standard fumigation. And before you are billed, they are supposed to come to see your space. So you are billed according to the size and density of your area, not just blankets, pay this amount.
But Rita,
so that's what, you know, exactly. So he gave me all those explanations, and I said, okay, perhaps the information that is going out is not being properly disseminated, because it's not like if you have a shop, from what he told me, if you have a shop, you must pay 120,000 or 50,000, or it's not cast on stone. They must see your space first. Based on the space, they will determine what form of fumigation you needed as a den before you can then reopen. And I think there were even places that were fumigating for free, like the general market. We saw the FCT Minister of State flagging off fumigation in those areas. So, you know, with someone like you, what we can get from your story is that it's important that people are informed.
Information.
Yes. Because with information, they will know they cannot push you
What I always
around.
tell people is this, not about being informed. Be willing. When you receive that, a lot of people are jittery.
Don't be scared.
I tell
Use
people,
the information,
don't be afraid. There are addresses there. Go to the office. If you've confirmed it, and you look at the bill they are giving to you, and the bill is not what you're supposed to pay, argue it with them. If they say no, that you must pay that, tell them to take you to court. Get a lawyer, go and defend yourself. Once you get into the court, the matter remains suspended until there is a determination in the court. So follow them, and as long as people are willing to follow. One thing I have known about Nigerians, we are very impatient to follow matters.
Yeah. You know, that which you're saying is one of the reasons why there is a lot of unease doing business in Nigeria. Most people, they always tell you, why do I need to go and spend a whole day, you know, trying a matter in a court or following these law enforcement agents or the other, or tax master or the other. At the end of the day, you think you're saving your 24-hour or 12-hour that you would have spent doing that thing, but you lose more money. And if you pay to one agent, because those people usually are agents.
They circulate among themselves.
If you pay one agent, they are going to tell the others, there's a Mugu here.
Yes.
You know, go back and they'll keep siphoning you. How long are you going to keep doing that? If you're willing to take up a business, you should be able to do the needful.
Sacrifice everything.
What I always say is, don't start a business if you're not ready.
Don't.
If you're going to learn how to sell sweets, if you know someone who has sold sweets, attach yourself.
Mentorship.
You know, mentorship. Learn a little bit of sweet selling. So that way you can know how much. And then record keeping, like two of you said, you were able to make it because you have records. A lot of people do not know how to keep. They are selling article store. That's what I call it, provision store. Where they have, there's gari, there's rice, there's this. Somebody comes. And the person is going, Mama Emeka, you're going, chai, what do I offer you? Yeah, take 2 cups of rice now. You are not doing well. Whatever you take out. I remember when I went to a friend's shop, you know the guy, and he needed to buy something from his own shop. I was also shopping from his shop. And I was watching him. He brought us his ATM card and paid. I said, even in your own shop. He said, yes, so I want to be accountable. And I said, that's good business sense. A lot of us eat out of what we have. And at the end of the day, you said there's no profit. You don't check how much you brought this thing. There are times you go to different shops, you find a little bit of
variations,
price fluctuations and variations. You know, you should be able to find out, why is this person selling cheaper than me? That your goods is in the market. Try to do, you know, market survey. I went into a company that produces a fizzy drink, and I saw the opponent's kind of drink on the marketer's table. And I'm like, are you drinking this? But looking at the state of a drink, you know he wasn't drinking it. What they do is to analyze their opponents and find out what they are doing better than they are doing. So if you're going to do business and flourish, you must be able to keep your opponents very close.
Very true, Sister Liz.
Speaking of ease of doing business, I think people, another problem that we have in this country, apart from the tax, the different challenges, is really starting the business. If you look at the news, if you follow the news, the information that we have now, you have Bank of Industry, you have NISAL, you have all these people saying, okay, access to loan to
even
start
the
business,
central bank.
you have grants, you have this, you have that. So somebody's sitting down in their house and saying, okay, there's access to funding, so I'm going to go and rent a shop and start a business. A friend of mine told me, go to Access Bank, they're giving loan to women to do business. So do a business plan. And me, before I even did my business, started my business, I had done a very intensive course on business plan, did my 42-page business plan, very detailed business. I was ready for the market. Shishi, I know get. I went to the bank and the lady kept me there waiting and she came. And she said, can I see your bank statement for the business? 1-year bank statement. And my question is, how am I supposed to give you a 1-year bank statement for a loan I want to use to start a business? I said, oh, for you to access a loan, you need to have an account with us and then you need to have a 1-year, bank statement. So the thing is, I don't know. So how are you supposed to start the business?
Okay.
Get the 1-year bank statement and then access a loan. If you can do that, then why don't you just...
Let me explain to you. Every bank is not keeping any money for anybody.
They're not exactly a charity
somebody's
organization.
money
Exactly.
that they are going to give you to support you. So if they are not sure you're going to pay that money back, if Lizzie deposited money, they will give it to you at interest, with an interest. And from that interest, they will service themselves. If you're not paying back that money, Lizzie will not be able to withdraw her money. And they need to prove a track record that you have done this business to a certain point, so that when they give you this money, it will push you up. You ought to start first before you go and collect loan. People run quick to collect loan. You don't use loan to start business.
Information.
That's the issue of information. There's something...
You don't use loan to start business.
I'm not going to...
And Rita, to be honest,
it might sound like
the person who told me about this Access Bank loan, do you know what he told me? He said, I have a stake in that loan.
Story.
So when you get the loan, you will give me 2 million out of the 6 million they will give to you.
So you already have an amount that you are going to get actually. If you want to make things like that work, you might want to look at the Smithan or even Abuja Enterprise Agency. Because information is key, and I have done a bit of research on that Abuja Enterprise Agency. I know that if you walk in there with an idea, genuine idea, you can walk out with a business.
I've partnered with them once.
I know that because...
Money or business?
Business. Okay. Well, business is not always money. That's the point I'm trying to make. Money inclusive. If they can tell from their conversation with you, from the plan, that you do have a plan that ABC amount can see through and they can monitor you, they will give you money as well.
Okay, now let me explain.
But you have to prove.
Let me explain something.
That
Nigerian factor comes into that.
I'm not a friend. I'm not a friend. I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian guy.
I've not seen that.
I've never I've benefited from BOI. I didn't know anybody. They saw track record. And they saw track record, they support.
That's important.
So when you go to you have to get a track record before you get money. Nobody's willing to give you any money to go and do trial and error. What if you fail? Money comes... My friend used to say that, he said, worry man, you know you're from that side. He said, when money there on top tree, now money you go use stone them down. Money will always bring money. If you have a wonderful idea, what has happened in this part of the world is that people have ideas and they think that that idea is going to be successful. The fact that you've not put that idea on a test case does not mean that it's going to be successful.
And the idea is not unique to you.
Many ideas have come up and died. So the people you're talking to, that's why in bank they have risk. They have many people there. They have seen this story you're giving to them. Many stories have come. People will come and do packaging. So it's not it. If you have an idea and you don't have money to push your idea, but you could fund your idea through collaboration. What I was trying to pick up from my story. My story has a lot of... There was collaboration. Now, you can't get into business without having a personal integrity. You can't get into business, you must have integrity. Not when people give you money, you can't account for 10,000, yet you want to call somebody to give you 100,000. You can't have someone to come and vouch for you, yet you want to do business. People must vouch for you. I once had a friend, sorry Liz, I once had a friend, he had a pure water company. I'm sure he's always around, whenever he's around me, is one of the happiest persons. He told me one day, he said, the bread seller It's now a big, because he used it to yab me. Now, he had a pure water company, and he was not always around to manage his pure water business. And he handed me over his pure water business. I told him, guy, I can't, you can't pay me, but I can manage your pure water business. He said, okay. I said, produce for me. This was in the course of time I didn't have job. I said, produce for me. I'll use my car to sell. And I started selling his water as if it was mine. People thought I was the owner of the pure water company. 25th December 2009, I was wearing shorts and t-shirt. I was doing what? Selling water. I didn't know if it was Christmas Day. Because that was the day people drank more water. And I sold more.
Oh my goodness.
It's not... pride is one thing. Lack of character.
This lack of character you've been hammering on. In fact, everybody has actually talked about it. I want to still stress on it because it's not when you have finished school that you begin to build your character.
Not at all.
If I'm going to give you my money to do business, and I knew you way back in primary school as somebody who always wants another person's thing, and when you take them, you don't return it, even if it's as little as pencil, or you went to secondary school, I knew you as a klepto. At the end of the day, we're out of school and you want me to loan you money to go and do business. I'm not going to do it. So I'm actually speaking to the very young people among us. It's important for you to build your character now. There was this stuff I saw on social media. I think somebody sent it to me on WhatsApp. A girl who was hawking organic products. He said, this one, if you take it, your skin will be clean. If you take this one will be this. And at the end of the day, the woman asked her, biology. Are you not this person's daughter? She said, yes, it's me. The one that could not pass chemistry and physics. He said, yes, mama. He said, and then you're now selling organic products. You see how this woman took her back to in her days. You didn't know anything about chemistry, and you're coming to tell me which one is organic and inorganic. So what it's important for us to understand that the image you want tomorrow,
it starts today.
You know, if you want to do business and succeed, if you want people to trust you, it is today. Even the communication and information you're talking about, for you to be able to know what is happening around you and know which door to go and knock and say, okay, I'm being billed and this is happening to me. You'd have exposed yourself to a whole lot of things. I see young people growing up, they're on social media just looking at who is dating who is cheating on who is wearing what, and what is in vogue. Meanwhile, the same social media will tell you the SMEs where you can get help. It will tell you where you can get mentors.
It can also tell you the sites where you could go and access funds. There are donor agencies that will support your idea, not banks. So if you go to those donor agencies, their sites, they will ask you some questions, and they'll be sure they'll follow through. Tony Lemelu Foundation also gives free funds.
Exactly.
So when you have good ideas, it's not the bank you run to. The interest rate will choke the business.
So I think we should go extra mile. As much as we plead on government to provide the essentials.
Yes.
They are trying, and I want to believe that with time we're going to have
I don't know whether they are trying, Sister Liz. Because I love the fact that we have hammered a lot on what we can do as individuals to motivate ourselves, to make sure we have information and to be equipped so that when we do get the right environment, we can thrive or thrive in spite of our environment. But we cannot run away from the fact that the environment needs a lot of work, because that's part of what the international bodies use when they tell us that our ease of doing business index is dropping. Is because they see daily that foreign businesses are leaving this country because their production rates are getting higher, because they have to spend more, they have to provide their own power, they have to make sure some of them have to make roads to where their factories are, because the vehicle will go bad if they keep plying bad roads. So we can't run away from this fact. Depending on the level of business that you're doing, you may be able to survive it. But for you to go big, if your trailers keep getting stuck on Lokoja, Okene Road 247, your products will not get to where it should get to. That's why we have, vegetables and fruits getting damaged between Benue and Abuja. We are losing a lot economically. But so the government has a big role to play if we must grow economically and talk about, the ease of doing business. We can't run away from it. That's the truth.
I always say that government has no business in business.
Just provide the environment.
Government has no business in business. A lot of these things that Rita has just mentioned are things that are having bottleneck because government thinks that they are the ones that are going to do it. All you need to do is give the law policies and make the environment flexible for people to come, and you see things work out. I will always repeat it anywhere, that Nigerians are the most hardworking people I've ever seen on earth. Nigerians are the type that would survive at any place you put them. But a lot of things are choking people. Imagine now someone, I was talking my story, but now let's fix parts now. Someone who has money to buy a machine, and all of a sudden, that machine that he had collected his savings to buy, he's dependent on electricity. And he can't afford to get electricity. And he collected clothes from Liz, you, and he promised that he would deliver tomorrow. For 4 days, 5 days, he hasn't had light. How will he survive? Wouldn't that person have frustration because he has a machine? You would say he doesn't have a machine. Wouldn't he try to commit suicide and die? Because a lot of things are frustrating. You see people who also come up because of insecurity. They can't go to their farms again. They can't go to their farms again because the fear of going there to cultivate and coming back alive has choked them up. Are you talking about the roads, like she mentioned? Someone had goods coming in from Lagos. Because of the bad road in Lokoja, they stayed for like 2 weeks. The guy lost a lot of money. And it's not even, if I tell you, you will laugh. Do you know a cosmetics person? Because there are some kind of these cosmetics that are not exposed to sun.
Yes.
The guy lost huge amount of money. This person, are you trying to say that this guy hasn't done well? So if government is going to talk about ease of doing business, there are areas they should look into. I don't see why government should be the one doing roads. Give out these roads. Let commercialize a lot of things. People will become rich now. People will make money from it. Get some things to people.
Like Chukuma,
lift some things to people.
We'll do one road and put toll gates, like 3 places.
It doesn't matter.
I'll be willing to pay toll gates. I'll be willing to pay toll gates if the road is good.
You will spend less.
Yes, I'll be willing to pay toll gates.
Than if your vehicle gets stuck in that road.
Of course.
And you can't get your goods
I'll be willing to pay for toll gates if the road is good.
To the other, you are sure of security, you are sure that you have a good access. Well, how much is the price?
Because you're going to make, your turnaround time will be more.
And good roads will reduce insecurity on the road. Of course. Because it is when you slow down for Plateau, that is when people come out of the bush and attack.
It's all right. We've been quite loud on our thoughts on how to make sure that business move. The basic thing is we get to implement most of what we have been able to say. Leave the one for government. Government will take care of their own. And on our own part, we should be able to do our own very best to take ourselves to the greatest level. I am told that the best of the economies are all driven by private sector. So private sector should actually come in their own.
And young people.
Young people as well. All right. That's been it on Conversations. Do join us again next time. My name again is Elizabeth, and I have Inobong,
Robin,
Chukuma,
and Queen Rita. All right. Continue to be good citizens. Continue to make sure that your hands get really dirty in a positive way. That way, the mouth get oily. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Dirty hands, oily mouth. Nice. Azi.
Don't forget to send in your...
There's a difference between picking, child, and issue.
That is
you can do more with less people.
If we have a better way of addressing these issues, taking care of...
Congratulations, you were able to sign Tino Werner from RB Leipzig.
So you take water before your workout.
People have used their phone, using TikTok to do that.
Should I go for test?
A lot of people don't even have resources.
I'm Cecil, and this is the Medley Show on NTN. This is the news at 10 on NTA News 24. I am Anne Jibuno. It's good to have you join us. The headlines. President Buhari rolls out auto gas initiative, plans 1 million vehicles conversion by the end of 2021.
We are confident that the auto gas initiative will lead to increased domestic gas utilization.
Nigeria to extradite former chairman Pensions Reform Task Team Abdul Rashid Maina following his re-arrest in Niger Republic. Ending HIV and AIDS, stakeholders advocate testing, treatment and private sector ownership. Nigeria, being a major player in the global oil and gas industry, this Thursday takes a step further in effective utilization of the natural resources as President Muhammadu Buhari unveils the National Auto Gas Rollout Initiative, which is a core deliverable of the National Gas Expansion Program. The Auto Gas Rollout event, as the President says, signifies the realization of government's commitment to ensure the domestic utilization of the nation's vast gas resources, which currently stands at over 2 trillion cubic feet. State House correspondent Gideon Ifade reports.
What we have always said is that gas is the area that will create linkages with the people. Unfortunately, from the beginning of the oil industry in Nigeria, we have focused more on oil. But gas will create the industry, will power the industries. Gas, of course, can be converted to fertilizers. And fertilizer industries will power the agricultural industry. Gas can be converted to methanol. And methanol will power the chemicals industry. You know that gas is going to also power the petrochemical sector that can also create a lot of jobs. There will be a lot of opportunities created by gas. Unfortunately, we have not focused as a country on this sector, on the development of this sector. Conversion is going to begin now and it's going to continue forever and ever.
We sincerely apologize for that hitch. Nigeria is set to key into the global shift to renewable energy with the rollout of auto gas, seen as the bridging fuel in the transition to zero-emission energy system. To this effect, the federal government says conversion of vehicles to dual-fuel systems for interested Nigerians will be free going forward. Lydia Sampson has more.
Nigeria has been flaring a substantial proportion of the gas it produces, and this has taken the country far behind compared to other oil-producing nations in terms of gas conservation and utilization. This narrative has just changed for the better with the rollout of the National Gas Expansion Program. In addition to the huge economic benefits of auto gas cutting across the entire oil and gas value chain, it is the most popular alternative to the conventional petrol and diesel. Experts say the good news is that existing conventional vehicles can easily be converted to run on auto gas and keep players optimistic of its immediate benefit, which include cushioning the effect of the current high cost of petroleum.
Gas will create the industry, will power the industries. Gas, of course, can be converted to fertilizers. And fertilizer industries will power the agricultural industry. Gas can be converted to methanol. And methanol will power the chemicals industry. And of course, you know the power sector that can also be powered by gas.
CNG and LPG are the cheapest fuel they can find for automobiles and other uses. Therefore, NNPC is completely supporting this, providing all the necessary infrastructure and resources to deliver on this. Of course, it's also our primary role to provide the combustion kits for all vehicles until other private sector people can come in.
Our takeaway is that we are happy that we enable another business and we create another opportunity.
The gas expansion program is expected to open wide many windows of investment and employment, followed by private sector participation, which will be harnessed for maximal economic growth. A cross-section of critical stakeholders applaud the initiative by government.
The marketing staff, the technician doing the conversion, which Direct employment may be more than 10%, but based on 10% at 1 million per annum, automatically guarantee employment, direct employment to 10 million Nigerians.
Thank you very much.
We will have to migrate from what we are doing to the new one. That is to say, we combat from the old system to the new system.
The event also witnessed the handing over of mass transit buses to the Nigerian Labour Congress as part of agreement reached to cushion the impact of increase in petrol pump price. Deputy NLC President Nazim Yassim commended the federal government gesture,
which will call on the government to speed expanding to the rural areas so that everybody can benefit this.
The rollout of the auto gas is said to have kick-started not just a new era in Nigeria's oil and gas sector, but a revolution that will empower millions through job creation. In Abuja, Lydia Samson, NTA News.
Still staying with the economy, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has reassured Nigerians of renewed commitment by the Buhari administration to achieve economic prosperity and address security challenges in the country. The Vice President stated this at the palace of the Emir of Lafia, Justice Sidi Bagay Mohammed I. Aliyu Tijani Mohammed reports that the Vice President also inaugurated a number of key projects. We apologize for the loss of audio there. Now, towards enhancing e-commerce, the federal government has engaged stakeholders on proper blueprint. This and more on Business News with Runami Egirani.
Developing the e-commerce ecosystem and growing small businesses in Nigeria is of paramount importance to the federal government. This has resulted in the engagement of key stakeholders in the system and the creation of a think tank that includes the Commodities and Export Department as well as the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. This latest development also allows for a smooth takeoff of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which has already been ratified by Nigeria. And the stock market continues to climb with a second day of gains this week as all-share index closed at 35,147.62 points, a 0.30% increase from Monday's 35,042.14 points. It is not all good news, however, as the volume and value of total trades made declined about 25% and 29% respectively, closing the day at 308.1 million trades with a total value of 3.4 billion naira. With Business News, I'm Runami Egirani.
The Federal Road Safety Corps is advising the public on the need for adequate planning of their trips for today, especially the users of the Lagos-Ibadan corridor. This follows a tank explosion on Magboro Bridge on the outward Lagos section of the expressway in the early hours of today. A statement from the Corps reveals that the fire, which was still burning as at 5:20, is an indication of the likelihood of a total standstill situation of vehicular movement along the expressway. Relentless efforts by the statement adds, however, says is ongoing to extinguish the fire by men of the fire service and men of other agencies around the scene of the inferno. This is the News at 10. We broadcast live from Abuja on NTA News 24 in our studios here in Abuja. More reports ahead. Stay with us. staying, the Senate has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to immediately initiate processes that will see to the exit of the current service chiefs. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Onko reports that this is sequel to a motion of urgent public importance by Senator Kashim Shettima, which also urged the federal government to probe the management of funds in the military.
Senate reconvened into a closed-door session which lasted 40 minutes before legislative business of the day commenced. Issues of national security once again featured prominently on the floor. The motion by Senator Kashim Shettima representing Borno Central on the killing of farmers in Borno State over the weekend had some decisive resolutions.
Urge the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to immediately initiate a transitionary process of phasing out the current State security chiefs and replacing them with new ones with new ideas and solutions.
Enough of any excuses. People who have little or nothing to add should be shown the way out. People who have the capacity, the wherewithal, but probably lack the resources, will make the resources available.
It urged the federal government, through its concerned bodies, to provide relief to victims of that attack, recruit 10,000 civilian joint task force in Borno State into the various security forces.
When the civilian JTF were introduced, we had the security level drop drastically. So if we get this JTF that are properly trained, they should go to their areas. These 43 people or 67 now should be counted and compensation should be paid to them.
5 bills passed first reading. This includes the Police Service Commission Establishment Act Amendment Bill, sponsored by Senator Emmanuel Boacha. From the National Assembly, Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
And the House of Representatives has passed a resolution condemning the killing of more than 40 farmers last Saturday on rice fields in Borno State. National Assembly correspondent Lami Ali reports.
Last Saturday's killing of more than 40 rice farmers at Zabarmari in Borno State came up as a matter of urgent public importance as raised by the entire House members representing the 10 federal constituencies of the state. The House resolved that a state of emergency be declared on the security sector while new tactics be adopted as re-strategizing is necessary to win the counter-insurgency war.
Despite the billions in resources and despite the giant strides and spirited efforts of the federal government and the countless lives lost, we still are at the mercy of murderers who offer only the promise of death.
Our farmers don't have to take permission to go to farm. We cannot be at the mercy of Boko Haram.
Reach out to Mr. President, maybe through the leadership, and we'll talk to Mr. President and whoever is involved that action has to be taken. Not just action, more action must be taken proactively to stop what is happening in the Northeast.
The lawmakers also resolved to invite the president to the House for a brief on the security situation in the country. In another development, the House has resolved to investigate statements credited to a member of British Parliament over false allegations directed at Nigeria's former head of state, as raised by Representative Yusuf Gagdi.
An institution like Parliament in the United Kingdom should not have made that statement without any evidence.
The rehabilitation of the Upper Iweka Road, which links the 4 geopolitical zones to southeast and south-south through a motion from Obinna Chidoka, was supported by the House due to its economic importance. Among bills that passed second reading are a bill seeking establishments of additional campuses of Nigerian Defense Academy to accommodate more youths wishing to join the armed forces, sponsored by Aniekan Umana, and the bill from Roland Igbapa, which seeks amendments to the Power Reform Act to compel electricity distribution companies to reimburse any consumer that incurs expenses in maintenance of electricity. From the National Assembly, Lami Ali, NTA News.
Now, the federal government has maintained that the killings in Borno State is not a true reflection of the successes the military is recording in the fight against insurgents in the northeast. Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed said so at an interactive session with online publishers in Lagos. Anthony Forson has details.
Going after soft targets is an act of weakness and desperation by terrorists.
These were his words, the Information and Culture Minister Lai Mohammed briefing online publishers to bring them up to speed on the state of affairs and the military engagement against Boko Haram, describing the act as cowardice and savagery by a group of deranged terrorists. It does not reflect the progress being made by the military, the minister said.
Boko Haram is badly degraded and can only carry out cowardly attacks like the one against defenseless farmers over the weekend. We urge Nigerians not to lose hope in the capability and commitment of the military to round the terrorists.
Reacting to the British parliamentarian's position on the situation in Nigeria, Lai Mohammed said it is most disheartening.
The parliamentarians in a country with a history of upholding the finest ideals of democracy will act in such an uninformed manner on an issue such as EndSARS. The quality of the debate at the British Parliament on EndSARS was under par. Fake accusations based on fake news and disinformation were leveled against the federal government by poorly informed participants at the debate. One MP even accused former Nigerian leader General Yakubu Gowon, who served this country to the best of his ability, of stealing half of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Sheer ignorance. The flippant MP, who unfortunately chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee of the British House of Commons, did a great disservice to himself, the committee he chairs, and the entire Parliament by allowing himself to be misled by fake news.
On CNN, the minister simply said,
an international broadcaster like CNN was misled by fake news and disinformation. But CNN has itself to blame for relying on unauthenticated videos, which it took from social media. Now CNN is seeking to save face by trying to clarify its report, which was not only inaccurate, but failed the simple test of balance and fairness.
The minister restated the federal government's position and support for the military, asking Nigerians to form a common front to encourage the nation's military in their quest to protect lives and livelihoods. In Lagos, Anthony Forson, NTA News.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria is deepening bilateral military cooperation with the People's Republic of China in the fight against terrorism in the country. The latest is the signing of protocol on China's provision of military assistance to Nigeria. In a statement, the Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Salihi, noted that the provision is timely and will be a force multiplier for the troops in counter-terrorism operation in the northeast of Nigeria. Leader of the three-man China delegation, Acting Ambassador, Chinese Embassy, Mr. Zhao Yong, supported by the Defense Attaché to Nigeria, Senior Colonel Liu Yongzhuang, assures of continuous strong military bilateral relations, cooperation also with Nigeria. The Minister of Defense appeals to other friendly countries to emulate China and support Nigeria to collectively defeat terrorism in the country. And while the Nigeria Police Force says it is perfecting the extradition of Abdul Rashid Maina, former chairman of the Pension Reform Task Team, following his arrest in Niamey, Niger Republic. A statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, Frank Mba, indicates that the force will extradite the fugitive to enable him face trial in pending criminal proceedings against him. Abdul Rashid Maina, who was declared wanted by a court of competent jurisdiction, was arrested through the collaborative efforts of the operatives of the Nigeria Police Force, Interpol, NCB, Abuja, and their Nigerian counterpart. He is currently in detention facility in Niger Republic, awaiting the completion of the extradition processes. Away from security matters, the Senate has confirmed the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu for reappointment as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Nkwo reports that the confirmation followed the approval of the report of the Committee on INEC on the screening of the INEC chairman nominee.
The Senate Committee on Independent National Electoral Commission INEC hereby recommends as follows: that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu as Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC.
And having gone through these 5 years, as it is with the practice even in the Parliament that we cherish ranking senators or members of House of Representatives because they have a lot of experience. And I think Mahmoud has acquired same.
I stand today to support this nomination. The chairman is a chairman who recognizes the limitations placed on INEC by the enabling law, which is the Electoral Act.
Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Professor Mahmoud Yakubu for appointment as Chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Senate also confirmed the nomination of Sanusi Garba, Musliu Olalekan Oseni and Aisha Mahmoud for appointment as chairman, vice chairman and commissioners for the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. Meanwhile, the National Assembly has received executive communication for the consideration of the Finance Bill 2020 as a crucial document for the implementation of the 2021 budget. Knowing your HIV status is absolutely necessary. Not only does it help caregivers with the opportunity to stop the virus from harming you, but provides access to existing interventions. To this end, the global theme for 2020 World AIDS Day calls on leaders and citizens to take responsibility in sustaining efforts at eliminating HIV, especially in the face of COVID-19 and beyond. Uche Ugochukwu reports.
An estimated 34 million people are living with HIV/AIDS worldwide, with the burden and prevalence reported among women, children, and the youth.
We have self-stigma, environmental stigma, and family stigma.
The agency responsible for the control of AIDS in Nigeria, NACA, is however optimistic that although the country is currently at 73% of the first 90 of the 1990 targets, the 2030 goal will be achieved.
Our main challenge is people agreeing to come out and demand for HIV testing and get tested. I can assure you, if everyone in Nigeria can get tested to know their status in the next 3 months, and in the next 2 years, we will reach the 95, and we will control HIV in this country.
We are working together as a joint team closely with the government of Nigeria to ensure that the adequate policies and standards are maintained as per global expectation, but that we also ramp up critical interventions like testing. And we want to commend the efforts that have been made, but we still have more to do.
WHO theme, Global Solidarity, Shared Responsibility, employs all hands on deck to end the scourge. So, get tested. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
In the meantime, First Lady of Nigeria, Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, has advocated the need for all critical stakeholders to sustain efforts towards addressing the global burden of HIV and AIDS. The First Lady stated this in a message at an event to commemorate the 2020 World AIDS Day organized by the African First Ladies Peace Mission in collaboration with the Future Assured and the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Nigeria. State House correspondent Aliyu Kabir reports.
The 2018 records by the Joint United Nations Programme on HIV and AIDS, UNAIDS, and the National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, indicate a national HIV prevalence in Nigeria of 1.4% amongst adults aged between 15 and 49 years. This is relatively low compared to previous figures of 2.8. The report further shows that about 1.9 million people are living with HIV in Nigeria, Sustaining the progress so far towards achieving zero HIV infection and discrimination was the focus of this year's World Health Day, with a theme ending HIV and AIDS epidemic, resilience and impact, while emphasizing the need for concerted effort to strengthen advocacy towards bridging the gap of those without access to related health services and cure for the epidemic. The First Lady of Nigeria, who is also HIV UN Ambassador, in a message has called on the need for proper funding despite the threat posed by COVID-19 pandemic.
As with other spheres of life, this year has been greatly affected by COVID-19. It is important to remember that while funding research and healthcare workers are being diverted to work on COVID-19, essential health services must, however, remain available to people living with and affected by HIV.
The strategic collaboration has significantly made a headway in creating awareness, curbing and managing the spread of the virus, as well as reducing the antisocial behaviors towards the victims.
Stakeholders will assure their commitment towards the control of HIV and AIDS in Nigeria. The event featured presentation of certificates to students who participated in quiz and essay competition on the topic revolving within the theme of this year's World Health Day, geared towards creating more awareness on the dangers as well as the prevention and control measures of the epidemic. In Abuja, Aliu Kabir, NTA News.
Still watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Still ahead. Ending HIV and AIDS, stakeholders advocate testing, treatment and private sector ownership.
Let's blow your trumpets.
Did you get to see the way Baba pulls this? Don't forget to send in your messages.
There's a difference between picking, child, and issue. That is
the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
This is Lagos, Nigeria.
Plateau State is situated in the tropical zone of north-central Nigeria. The state derived its name from the topographical nature of the Jos Plateau. The Jos Plateau has the highest altitude than all other local government areas in the state, which range between 1,200 meters and 1,829 meters above sea level. The state enjoys one of the best climates in the country. Due to the high topography of Plateau State, many rivers in the state have very slopy gradients. Once in the river areas, one looks up before one sees the sky. This leads to the rivers cutting even rocks that are igneous and intrusive, digging down to find the level of the river. Plateau State is perhaps one of the most blessed states in Nigeria. It parades lots of tourist attractions and sites, traditional architecture, and abundant relaxation centers. Among the many tourist attractions are numerous waterfalls. Asop Falls is the natural waterfalls occurring at the bottom of the famous Hawan Kibo, a rocky uneven hill stretching a long distance below which members of the community live and by which the community is named. The silence before getting to the waterfalls itself is occasioned by various songs of different birds' chirpings while creating rhythmic music to the ear, only to prepare a visitor or tourist for what awaits him. The site of the falls is an area of Guinea savanna on top of mid-altitude ridge of the Jos Plateau. Beside the Jos Kanguru Road, about 64 kilometers from Jos. Asop Falls flowing down the valley with an intensity that will send excitement through one's heart and make one's wonder of the awe that the creation of such beauty only nature can provide. Asop Falls is without the slightest doubt a huge tourist attraction which nature has endowed Nigeria with and located in Plateau State. The falls flows all year round with the volume of water increasing during the rainy season. The beauty displayed by the surrounding hills and the clean rocky terrain is surely inviting and indeed breathtaking. The splashing water is astonishingly beautiful. Asop Falls is an ideal site for picnicking, swimming, bird viewing and sightseeing, which may be known to many.
By virtue of the blessings, most of the attractions you see in Plateau is natural, not man-made. And we wouldn't know millions of it have gone. When you see falls like this and other features, as a result of certain earth movement which results to molten magma, whereby after a long time it turns out to be rock areas and other conditions. So you discover these areas are, nobody knows millions of years ago where you come about this, because no, they have visited Asop Falls, you must have visited other, there are other falls actually that have not actually been discovered. We are still in the process of discovering other falls. Because of one of our activities, or rather one of our activities lined up, is that we identify and promote tourism sites. And so, as I now, you discover there are other falls that will come online on stream. Because where that one is falls, because it's very close to the main road, is the gateway to Jos when you pass through from Akwanga, and it's been used for many soap operas. Kokorea Down, another area for picnicking, and more of, especially gives room for geographers. Those study geography and town planning, those go and see the nature of the falls, and so it gives room for other expeditions for other activities.
Verily, waterfalls are numerous in Plateau State. A trip to Jibam village in Pangshin local government area with its hilly and beautiful surrounding characteristics of Plateau State reveals more of the state's natural endowments of site beauty and more waterfalls. Broketut Waterfalls is one such natural endowment. It is a waterfalls to reckon with, though largely undiscovered. For the natives of Jibam, the waterfalls has been of historical significance. Its significance is embedded in the myth that surrounds the role it has played in the lives of the people.
In fact, that falls that you have seen is a fall that existed a long time ago. In fact, during the time of our parents and grandparents and the rest of them, that we came to live after them. Now, the name of that falls is known as Burkutut. This Burkutut refers to the depth of the volume of the water. It's describing how deep the volume of the water is. And it serves as a rescue area for people who are taken away by flood in the river. And in fact, it is believed that spirits they existed in that place. And so when the person was carried away by flood, then the spirits would rescue that person in the depth of the water. No one would see the spirits. And so what happened was that the communities would arrange, because there are some special people who would contact the spirits with a goat. And when a goat was brought, a rope was tied on the neck of the goat and was dropped into the water. And so when that person was living, and that living person must be a clean person during his lifetime. Any person that was not clean would not be rescued by the spirits.
Tourism is one area governments at all levels in Nigeria can diversify their revenue generation. Broketut Waterfalls with its surrounding scenic beauty is begging to be tapped. This beautiful waterfalls has its source in the river Matez in Jibam. The river is truly historic in its own right. Apart from housing waterfalls, one of which is Broketut Waterfalls, the second tallest bridge in West Africa crosses over it. Jibam Bridge is only second to Gadan Saliu, which is on the way to Mambila Plateau. Just a short distance up along River Matez, not far.
No, we need to, if you will, fast track the proceedings so that we can have the conversations we need to have today. Permit me, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to invite this sister after my own heart. She took me in my very first feminist class, and she taught me that leadership is inspiring oneself to inspire others. And you can tell by the gathering here tonight that you don't have to have the kind of power that we see every day to make change possible. You just have to make sure that your heart and your head both speak to your hands, and change will happen. If you have not read one of her stories that broke the internet, because at least 10 people all over the world sent it to just me alone, and I sent it to many more people, you must find it. And she asked us a clear question of solidarity and support and being non-judgmental. And the theme of that writing is, where is your rapper? I know you know who I'm talking about. but I'm just asking you on behalf of this great sister, in addition to asking you to bring out this compendium earlier, please also bring out your wrappers for each other. I have the singular honor to say a word of welcome to all of you here, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Ekiti State, and the Chair, Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum, and Chair, Nigerian Governors' Wives Against Gender-Based Violence. Erelu Bisi Fayemi.
Your Excellency, let me correct that protocol. Your Excellency, Dr. Aisha Buhari, First Lady of Nigeria, ably represented by the Minister for Women Affairs, Dame Pauline Tallen. His Excellency, Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, Chairman, Nigeria Governors Forum, and His Excellency, Governor Abubakar Bello, Governor of Niger State. The Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Hajia Sadia Umar Farouk, all the First Ladies from the different states of Nigeria who are members of Nigerian Governors' Wives Against Gender-Based Violence, members of the Diplomatic Corps, all our resource persons and guest speakers, delegates from various states. At this point, I'd like to request to stand on the existing protocols. But before I proceed, I would like to please ask all my colleagues, my sisters, First Ladies from the states, who are members of this great organization that we put together, to please stand up so that people can see you. I know it's hard to see people with the face mask on, but please stand up. Thank you, Your Excellencies. In recent times, there has been an astronomical increase in cases of sexual and gender-based violence in Nigeria. The COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdowns that ensued exacerbated an already problematic situation as rates of violations increased exponentially. The continued rise in gender-based violence cases has made it imperative to scale up multidimensional approaches and strategies in combating all forms of gender-based violence. Several reasons account for the pervasive nature of gender-based violence in Nigeria, and they include, but not exclusive to this list, underlying cultural norms, attitudes, and beliefs that normalize physical, sexual, psychological, and economic violence. A thriving culture of impunity anchored on the shaming and intimidation of survivors and lack of access to justice. The lack of a unified legal framework and court system to deal with gender-based violence. Non-existent or poorly equipped facilities to respond to GBV cases, including the lack of sexual assault referral centers and shelters to care for survivors, and also economic disparities that increase vulnerability of women and children. Nigeria Governors' Wives Against Gender-Based Violence is a group of 25 governors' wives from all zones of the country, working together to mitigate all forms of gender-based violence. Since we began to work together on GBV issues in June 2020, we have achieved the following: advocacy with the Nigerian Governors Forum, our husbands, to support calls for the declaration of a state of emergency against sexual and gender-based violence in Nigeria. On the 10th of June, the Nigeria Governors Forum declared a state of emergency against GBV. As a result of this declaration, all state governors are now focused on urgent actions in their states to address GBV. This includes ensuring that relevant legislation is passed and that there is implementation of existing laws and policies. We have also developed an action plan as State First Ladies, which we are presenting to the public today, and it is in the compendium you have on your tables. Each First Lady is adapting this action plan to suit her own context and environment. The action plan covers strategies such as access to justice, support for survivors, education and awareness, engaging communities, peer learning, and partnerships with various stakeholders. We have also scaled up advocacy efforts for the immediate domestication of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act of 2015 and the Child Rights Act. I'm pleased to inform you, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that since June 2020, when the state of emergency was declared, 6 additional states have domesticated the VAP Act: Delta, Bauchi, Akwa Ibom, Kwara, Abia, and Niger states. There are several other states where the legislation is at advanced stages, and we hope to have a few more passed before the end of 2020. So if your state has not passed the VAP Act and you did not hear your name, please have a quiet word with your First Lady or your governor. We have also, as governors' wives, been involved in state GBV implementing and coordinating mechanisms. Without these coordinating mechanisms in place, it is going to be extremely difficult to implement the laws. We have also provided support for the establishment of sexual assault referral centers, as well as shelters for women and their children. We have provided economic empowerment opportunities for women in grassroots communities to reduce their vulnerability. And we have ensured ongoing advocacy for girl-child education and employment. As wives of governors, we know we are capable of achieving a lot of progress in our respective states. We are superstars in our own states. However, through working in solidarity, as a collective, our platforms and voices can be leveraged into something more powerful to achieve meaningful change. This policy dialogue has been organized to provide a platform for a range of stakeholders to reflect on sub-national interventions, particularly as we commemorate the global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. The theme for 2020 is Orange the World: Fund, Respond, Prevent, and Collect. We need to ensure adequate funding of all interventions, respond effectively to the needs of survivors, intensify strategies for prevention of GBV, and collect relevant data for analysis and planning. We all need to leverage whatever platforms and competencies we have to make this happen. We therefore hope that this policy dialogue will enable us provide an opportunity for state governors to discuss what has happened in their states since the declaration of a state of emergency in June 2020. And through the compendium we have put together and the exhibition we have outside, we also want to highlight ways in which governors' wives are supporting the fight against GBV. We also want to listen to GBV survivors and service providers as they discuss care and protection and access to justice. In order to tackle a problem as complex as gender-based violence, we require the active engagement of all elements of society. As mothers, wives, and leaders in our own right, we are ready and willing to play our part. We thank all our speakers and resource persons for being willing to share their experiences and knowledge with us. We are grateful to Her Excellency, Dr. Aisha Buhari, First Lady of Nigeria, for being a dependable ally in the quest for a better Nigeria for all men and women. We acknowledge the hard work of Dame Pauline Talen, Minister for Women Affairs, for making gender-based violence advocacy a priority. And we also acknowledge the efforts of her sister, the Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, for ensuring that gender remains an integral part of the mandate of that ministry. We thank our beloved husbands at the Nigeria Governors Forum for their support and encouragement. We are grateful to the Nigerian Governors Forum, the Ford Foundation, and the United Nations EU Spotlight Initiative for making this meeting possible. Together, we can tackle the menace of GBV and make our communities safer for women and girls. Thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy your time with us. So I would now like to invite Her Excellency Dame Pauline Tallen to please give her remarks.
Thank you very much, my dear champion, our superstar. Please, can you give her a big round of applause? We must celebrate ourselves and what God is using. My big brother, the chairman of the Governors Forum, Dr. John Fahmy, chairman of Governors Forum, and a true he for she, a champion of the first order. He's being flanked by his two great champions too. I celebrate you all. I celebrate the governor of Niger State, my dear brother, Governor Abubakar Bello. I celebrate the governor of Ondo State, and once again congratulate you on your great success at the polls recently. Governor, I can really do. You are most welcome, and thanks for all the good work you are doing. Today, we are here with my dear sister, the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. My earlier plan was to spend the whole day with you here, because this is a day we had agreed and planned to address issues of gender-based violence to the core. Unfortunately, you are aware of the national tragedy that has affected one of the states. The chairman of the Governors Forum just returned, and Mr. President has mandated me and the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs to be on our way to Maiduguri. But because of the importance of this gathering, we had to make our time to be here, and shortly after my address, you will permit us to leave. But know that my heart, my mind, the First Lady, although she's not here, her heart, her mind is all with you. She sends her greetings, she sends her solidarity and her words of encouragement, and that I should thank all of you and celebrate all of you for the great work you are doing in the various states under the able leadership of my dear sister, BC Irelu Fahmy, chairperson of the Governors Wives Forum. Please, can you give her a big round of applause? I celebrate all our First Ladies from the various states that have been up and doing. You've put gender-based violence as a top priority in your states, because since the outbreak of COVID-19, the situation has gone out of hand. I ran and cried to a very, very able chairman of the Governors Forum. Governor Fahmy instantly accepted and organized a Zoom meeting where I was given an opportunity to address all the 36 state governors on the 10th of June. And at the end of that Zoom meeting, all the governors decided and declared state of emergency in all the 36 states. It is the after effect of this declaration that we are again gathered here under the able leadership of wives of governors concerned on gender-based violence chaired by the chairperson of the Governor's Wives Forum, BC Irelu-Faimi. I sincerely appreciate you, and I know that you've made the work of my ministry and the commissioners at the state much easier. Without you, without the full support of the governors, we can do nothing. Your Excellency, Chair of Governors Forum, and all the governors that are not with us here physically, those that are with us on Zoom, I celebrate all our governors. Please, commissioners, wives of governors, help me put your hands together for our able governors, husbands, fathers, and champions. I'm highly delighted to be part of today's epoch-making event of the gender-based violence policy dialogue with excellencies, governors, and their spouses. Your Excellencies, this event coincides with the commemoration of the 2020 16 days activism on ending violence against women and girls with the theme Orange the Wall, Fund, Respond, Prevent, and Collect. The theme should be seen as a collective call to redefine our roles in ending gender-based violence in Nigeria. Let me again use this opportunity to thank Your Excellencies for the proactiveness in declaring a state of emergency in your respective states in the wake of the epidemic of gender-based violence that engulfed our country, especially during the COVID-19. We are now facing a pandemic within a pandemic. Looking at where we were before COVID-19 and our desire to create a society free of violence, I want to commend Your Excellencies and your spouses for the various projects and programs aimed at creating an enabling environment for women and girls to contribute maximally to national growth. No doubt our experiences have shown that any meaningful intervention in addressing the national polity at this time must take into account a gender perspective, as this becomes imperative for benchmarking the developmental strides of our dear country. I want to thank Your Excellencies for making the situation of the Nigerian women and children through laws, policies, and institutional mechanisms that seek to promote women's human rights, which you all remain our driving force at the state level in this struggle. But as Oliver Twist, our concern is funding and harmonization of existing laws to incorporate emerging issues as they reflect on the different states. I would like to congratulate the Governors Forum for organizing this event and specifically identifying with the partnership established with all our First Ladies with the Ministry through this strong initiative on ending gender-based violence in our dear country. I further believe that your presence here is informed by our collective commitment to strengthen partnership and deepen understanding on ending gender-based violence. It is clear that beside every successful man, every successful governor, to be specific, is a very good wife and a supportive wife. I therefore dare to say I appreciate all of you, our First Ladies, for being very supportive and standing side by side with your husbands to make a difference. The First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, is also in the forefront of the crusade to end gender-based violence alongside the spouses of Your Excellencies. I'm really happy to mention here that one of the outcomes of the coalition is the dialogue we are having here today. You are our champions and our superstars. From the National Assembly, the story is not different, as they have shown commitment in sanitizing our academic institutions through the enactment of various laws, protecting our students and ensuring that our daughters are safe in school. It is important to point out here, Your Excellencies, that at the state levels, we have seen renewed commitment in the promotion and protection of the rights and welfare of Nigerian women and children. This has placed Nigeria on the global map in harvesting best practices around such issues as was spotlighted at the United Nations General Assembly in September 2020. Some of these interventions, among so many, are worthy of mention here. The directives by Mr. President to inaugurate an interministerial gender-based violence management committee to profile and synchronize approach to address all forms of violence against women and children in the country, chaired by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice and co-chaired by my humble self. This was put in place on the 23rd of July 2020, and the committee is up and running. Directives to the Inspector General of Police by Mr. President to deal with all perpetrators and immediately address all such related cases in furtherance of the declaration of zero tolerance to rape and other gender-based violence in the country. Mr. President's recommendation in solidarity to say no to violence against women and children during the EU and UN Town Hall Dialogue on Gender-Based Violence in Nigeria on Tuesday, 25th August 2020. At this point, I want to specially acknowledge the support and contribution of UN and EU, and they are here represented in full force. We have Comfort Lamti and the EU Ambassador's representative. We appreciate you. We thank you. Your Excellencies, breaking the silence on violence against women and girls has created a momentum and encouraged more families to come forward to report cases of rape and other forms of violence or abuse. Nigerian communities and leaders, through your able initiative at the various states, are coming to terms with the scale of the problems and promising support and solutions. These are signs of hope. As the national gender machinery, the ministry can only succeed with your full support, and that we are seeing. And many of others who are out on the field. We appreciate all our civil society organizations, our NGOs, that I can see so many represented here in this hall. We appreciate all of you for your support and endless effort towards ending gender-based violence. Once again, I sincerely thank you for all your support and commitment to seeing to the end of gender-based violence in Nigeria. Please stay safe and blessed. Wishing you all a very peaceful and successful dialogue, and praying that we end the year more peaceful and happy. Stay safe from COVID-19, and our prayer is that may Nigeria be peaceful. May we not see further calamities that we've just experienced. Wishing you a successful deliberation at this dialogue, and happy Christmas in advance. I thank you.
A warmer round of applause for Her Excellency, the First Lady of Nigeria, very ably, warmly brought into the room by Her Excellency, Dame Pauline Tallinn. Thank you so very much for those words of advice and the fact that we all can make the change we need to see happen. Excellent. We will continue to recognize our special guests as they come into the room, and permit me, therefore, to formally welcome His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu, SAN. Welcome, Your Excellency. And our Honorable Minister for Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Hajia Saidia Umar Farooq. Thank you very much for joining us, Honorable Minister. Where would we be without solidarity? I can see the excellencies catching a very quick historical documentation of this moment. It is not a moment of history, it's a moment of history. These are sisters rewriting the story of change and transformation for this country. We can bring an end to gender-based violence. It can be done. A round of applause for our big sisters. I need to ask the camera crew now to reassume status quo ante, because otherwise we would not be able to continue the event. Okay. A lot of positive excitement. Let me say that this photo is very meaningful because these are achievers. These are not just achievers, they are women achievers. And they are here because they have been able to get the kind of opportunity they deserve. If you look at the 25 First Ladies who are part of the Ungwa GBV, you will see how very accomplished they are. And I hope as you're looking at all of them, you are rethinking and reimagining how you can guarantee access to quality education for our daughters and our sons. Okay, I think I have to take back control of the room. Camera crew, thank you very much. Excellent job done. Now we must continue this dialogue because I have a very important brother to invite. This is the new definition of gender balance. So because they took the photos of my big sisters, they also had to go to my big brother's table to balance the equation. I accept. I surrender. No wahala. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we must commence the goodwill messages as we continue to make our protocol announcements. And I continue to rely on our team to inform me as the protocol changes. I thought I saw His Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, but with the mask era, you never know for sure. Excellent, confirmed. I wanted to be sure, so the protocol has not informed me, yes, but he's unmissable in any room. Well, do your job. Can I have it on paper? Thank you. Just write it here. Write it and give me, because I can't even read your handwriting.
Okay, right.
Governor Lalong.
Yes. Chairman, Northern Governors.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we especially welcome the Excellencies, the Governor of Kogi State, Governor Yahya Bello, is in the house. Welcome, Your Excellency. And His Excellency, the Governor of Plateau State, the Right Honorable Simon Lalong, is also in the room. Welcome, Your Excellency, sir. Your Excellency, Governor Fayemi, sir, my sister's table is still ahead of yours. I hope more brothers join you to continue the solidarity. I see at least one more seat, so there's more space at that table to have the Excellencies join their own brother, because my sister is really very well surrounded. But we thank the brothers who are in the room already. And so, we must proceed. And now, to the goodwill messages. It's always an honor to meet this distinguished citizen of the world at events such as these. He makes it a point of duty to show his friendship to Nigeria and his solidarity with Nigerians. He's indeed a friend of Nigeria. He's the ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS for the European Union, an excellent gentleman and diplomat par excellence. Please welcome His Excellency, Ambassador Ketil Carlson, for his words of remark. Welcome.
I am afraid you might be disappointed because Ketil is in Europe for the time being, and therefore I'm here to represent him. You'll allow me because otherwise the specs steam up and I can't see. I'm the chargé d'affaires. My name is Alexandre Borges, and I'm here to represent the European Union. I'll have to stand on existing protocol, I guess, because there's been some changes here, so you'll bear with me on this. But I'd like to salute, obviously, the Minister and the Governors. Couldn't leave that out. As it's been said, a lot of what I was going to point out, which is going to be brief, has already been mentioned before. But it's true that we note that this year more than ever, there's been an enormous increase in the incidence of domestic violence, gender-based violence. And this is something that has worried us a great deal, the European Union. And it has more than ever brought to the fore the emphasis on gender as we program the next cycle of cooperation with our partners outside the European Union for the years to come. So which we're actually doing at this time. We also worry that this crisis, the COVID crisis, should not be an excuse for us to backtrack on what has been achieved so far on gender, on issues to do with gender-based violence and gender in general. At the beginning of the 16 days of the campaign that we are in now, the European Union has presented an ambitious action plan to promote gender equality and women empowerment in external relations. So this is from Brussels, and it's something that we certainly intend to stick to. And in concrete terms, we take a joint approach to our member states. We will be working with our member states, what we call Team Europe, and we'll partner with Nigeria and other external allies to accelerate the progress towards making this an issue that is deserving of commitments in international fora. The effects of the pandemic has increased the need for global partnership, as we know. A good example of this, and the Minister very kindly referred to, is it's the UN Spotlight Initiative with the EU. The Spotlight Initiative is what we call a flagship initiative, which combines the determination ours, the European Union, the United Nations, with that of the Nigerian authorities, which we have seen a lot of, in working together with civil society. So it's a sort of faceted type of approach to this problem, which is the only way we're going to get anywhere if we are to improve this situation. Seeing the governors, I can't leave but leave out the fact that the Governors Forum has shown a great deal of commitment to this cause by declaring this state of emergency on gender-based violence on the 10th of June, which is something that has been much appreciated, I know. And in Brussels, it had a great deal of repercussion because this is at a different level. And if you have all the governors, it means, the penetration is much wider. And that is very good. And of course, through the Wives Forum, this can be something that can be put into practice at much more effectively. So, we have had meetings following the declaration of the state of emergency. There have been several meetings between the Forum and the European Union and the United Nations, and we hope good things to come of this. Which is something we'll look forward in the future. It's probably a bit premature to be mentioning any at this stage, and there's no time for it anyway, but it's something that we are following quite closely. The event today shows leadership on the part of the Nigerian Governor's wives, and I think that given the importance of this issue, this is something that we need all the leadership we can gather, and I think that I'm always afraid we have to be very correct, very politically correct, but I think I will not be considered guilty of being politically incorrect if I say that in some ways ladies in such positions have particular, let's say, powers to convince and get things delivered that maybe others cannot. We, as I said, we need all the leadership we can do, and I just wish finally to reassert in front of you that we, the European Union, and what we do in terms of cooperation, we like to reiterate our commitment to this cause. Ambassador Carlson has been very, very eloquent in this issue, and the town hall meeting was mentioned. We're very proud of the fact that we had the very highest level represented, and it's something that he mentions constantly, and it's something that I know that had a repercussion. I'll leave you with this, and I thank you very much for your attention, and and I hope this is very fruitful, and hope to see you on another occasion. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, c'est de charge d'affaires pour votre solidarité. Je vous remercie. We thank you very much to Charge d'Affaires, and our kind regards to His Excellency, Ambassador Ketil Carlson. I have the honor to invite a big sister who personalizes by partisanship. Just like Erelu Bisifayemi, her party is the Women's Party. We know we're not registered yet, so don't ask where it is, but it exists. This senator is the sponsor of the Gender and Equal Opportunities Bill. Please welcome the distinguished Senator Abiodun Olujimi. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for joining us. And next, I would like to invite another kind sister who is wearing multiple hats today. From Liberia to Geneva, working for women. She has helped develop, amongst other critical global programs, one supporting and preventing and addressing sexual and gender-based violence in refugee settings. She is today our beloved sister who is in charge of UN Women for Nigeria, but she's also going to be speaking for the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Dr. Edward Cullen. Please welcome this absolutely brilliant and resourceful sister, Dr. Comfort Lamte of the UN Women. Welcome, my sis.
Good morning. Her Excellency, the First Lady of Nigeria, who was represented here by the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs, His Excellency, the Chair of the Governors Forum, and Governor of Ekiti State, Governor John Kayode Fayemi, and all the Excellency, the governors present here today, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Ekiti State, Erelu Bisifayemi, and all the distinguished excellencies, First Ladies present here today. The EU Ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, ably represented by Mr. Alexander Gomez, other members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. And before I read my statement, let me also convey the best wishes of Mr. Edward Cullen, the UN Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator. Just like the Honorable Minister mentioned, she's off to Maiduguri. Mr. Cullen is in Maiduguri as we speak, and he regrets not being present here, but sends his best wishes and looks forward to the outcome of this important meeting today, and also provides assurance of the UN's commitment and support to advancing the cause of women's rights and ending gender-based violence. So let me start by applauding the efforts of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum under the able leadership of Erelu Bisi-Fayemi in driving gender-based violence prevention and response in all of your respective states. The success of your collective efforts in partnership with the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs, which facilitated the declaration of a state of emergency by the Governors Forum in June 2020, is indeed commendable. And this unprecedented declaration provides clear demonstration of the important political feats which women leaders can achieve when they come together to boldly advocate for women's rights and gender equality. I believe we can draw pertinent lessons from this strategy to tackle other persisting, quote-unquote, states of emergencies on women's rights in Nigeria, most notably the low representation of women in elected political office, which currently stands as the lowest in Africa. So this indeed is a call to action. It is also important that going forward, alliance building continues to serve as a core part of the strategy of the Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum to address the state of emergency on gender-based violence. In this regard, it's important to foster synergies with the EU-UN Spotlight Initiative, which provides an important avenue for expanding this alliance building. Through the 6 pillars of intervention of the Spotlight Initiative, it is partnering with women's civil society organizations, traditional leaders, federal and state ministries of women's affairs, youth-led organizations and networks, including the Nigerian chapter of the African Women Leaders Network. The Nigerian Governors' Wives Forum can leverage on these civil society networks and partners to amplify the important work being done in your respective states. The private sector is also an important partner to embrace in efforts to end gender-based violence, harnessing in this case opportunities for partnership in technology and telecommunications to better prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Lastly, I would like to put focus on the message of prevention in this year's 16 Days of Activism theme, which, as we all know, is Orange the World, Fund, Respond, Prevent, and Collect. In this case, prevention means that even as we prioritize resources to support survivors through building shelters and ensuring robust data collection, we must also invest in ensuring access to justice for victims in order to end the culture of impunity that sustains the pervasiveness of gender-based violence in our societies. Too many perpetrators are getting away with murder. Prevention also calls for supporting efforts to address the persisting gender inequalities in society, which leave many women vulnerable to gender-based violence crimes in the first place. Therefore, investing in girls' education, in economic and political empowerment of women, and in women's reproductive health and rights are all integral to addressing the root causes of this problem. I commend the First Ladies Forum for taking this holistic view and assure you of the UN's unwavering support going forward. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, my sister Comfort Lamti. Another warm round of applause for her. Thank you so very much. Well delivered. Commitment is important, alliance building, and we must tackle impunity. I again salute the 25 First Ladies who have come together under this all-important umbrella. I'm scanning the room to see if my sister Funke Barua of Ford Foundation is here. Excellent. Excellent. She comes with a very great long memory of the women's movement. She's presently the chair of a board of directors of the Nigerian Women's Trust Fund, and of course, a senior program team lead at the Ford Foundation. Please welcome my sister and co-traveler, Olufunke Barua. to share a few words of remarks. And commitment, and further commitment from Ford to do a whole lot more. And please, my sister Funke, be sure to talk about care. Excellent. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. Good morning, Irene. Amina, you are setting me up. You should also make a commitment from Makoto. In spite of progress made in West Africa and Nigeria over the last 3 decades in recognizing women's rights through legislation, through policies and ratification of international and regional instruments, women and girls continue to face high rates of gender-based violence and to live precarious lives. This is because we have deep-rooted patriarchy and a pervasiveness of impunity that undergird the social and cultural norms that create the conditions for such violence in our country. These 16 days, however, provide an opportunity to address this issue. Because violence against women and girls is not only widespread, but also a major impediment to the agency of women and girls, to the development and participation of women and girls within households and within the larger society throughout West Africa and Nigeria in particular. If we come down to Nigeria, violence is almost accepted as a norm and as a tool for the subordination of women and for the subjugation of girls. But it also impacts on the rights, dignity, and well-being of women and girls. Entrenched social norms and practices that are embedded within religion and culture continue to ensure that men's dominance over women and girls in all aspects of society is sustained. Ford Foundation Office for West Africa is therefore proud to support the advocacy efforts by the Nigerian Governor's Wives Against Gender-Based Violence in Nigeria to continue to use their position and their influence and their platform to drive action. Because we need everybody. We need institutions, we need government institutions, we need development partners, we need spouses of those in office and out of office, we need political leaders, we need the private sector, the international community, private foundation, multilaterals, bilaterals. We need everyone in this fight against gender-based violence. Our commitment to the Nigerian Governor's Wives Against Gender-Based Violence will continue. So, Amina, don't worry about that. We'll continue to support awareness programs that target even young people as we disciple a new crop of Nigerians who respect the rights and bodily integrity of women and girls. We'll continue to support action plans by the group for high-level advocacy and conversations like this, for policies and laws that address gender-based violence, and to collectively come up with state action plans to prevent and respond to violence against women and girls. I want to say that this decade is another opportunity for us to show our commitment to ending violence against women and girls. And Ford Foundation is proud to continue to work with the Nigerian Governor's Wives Against Gender-Based Violence. Thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks indeed, Funke. I was just trying to draw Funke out because I know there's something she's cooking which can make a lot of difference in terms of the resources that civil society has for fighting gender-based violence. And we salute your courage and your commitment and the Ford Foundation and other fellow foundations. While my sister Funke was speaking, we were informed that His Excellency Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, Honorable Minister of Labour and Employment, is very ably represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Labour and Employment, my brother, Dr. Yerima Tafa. We thank you very much for joining us. And now, if you take a look at your agenda, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, time is always of the essence, and time is one resource we don't use too well, and that's something we need to change. We would need to spiral on to the next conversation, which is a very important conversation with their excellencies here present. But before then, there's a young lady who is prepared very hard and who wants to share with us a few spoken words for 2 to 3 minutes. It will help us do things a bit differently, help us bring in a young voice. And so I urge you to listen as we invite Alhan Islam, the poet. Is Alhan ready?
Yeah.
I knew you were.
Hi. I need Hi, good morning, Your Excellencies. Permit me to stand on already existing protocols. My name is Mariam Bukar, known as Alhan Islam, and with me is Amari, who would be accompanying my poem with a song.
You hang by a thread through a needle line. I wonder why you cried by your bed. You believe a lie that this time it might end.
The screech, that piercing cry, tears that never dry. Her wails become an alarm clock from a drubbing entrenched by a clog. Raised by those same hands, hoping for an answered prayer. But those prayers linger between the heavens and the earth, and he still asks why. The blush wasn't enough. He used what was deeper than a clog. Words to pierce chambers and valves, veins and arteries, endocardium and myocardium, that thin lining of simple squamous epithelium that makes up the very fragile red flesh, the heart.
You hang by a thread to a needle line. I wonder why you cried by your bed. And you believe a lie that this time it might end.
She bleeds within a kind of blood that the color is far from red. Dysfunctional brain from a shaking skull, because her head has taken the place of a talking drum, and the whimper is music to his ears. This woman is buried in the heart of silence with a broken smile. Visible from a mile, she's traveling memory lane, questioning why she walked down the aisle. Every move she makes is a yelp for help, because who she is but in a picture, gone in a catastrophic mixture of physical, emotional, and psychological torture. She is but a shadow.
You hang by a thread to that needle line. I wonder why you cried by your bed, and you believe a lie that this time it might end. Oh, oh, oh.
dear troubled soul, you've shown resilience in this heart of silence, garnished with violence. But your voice has been heard, for in the heart of silence the voiceless is heard. When the rumbles of day folds into a peaceful night, when the bat takes the place of the chirping birds, when the sun takes back its splendor, presenting the moon in its grandeur, when the stars delight the sky, sharpening thoughts, the heart takes the place of the eyes. Likewise, O troubled one, let sadness fold into happiness, mend broken smiles to glorious curves. Be a thread and needle on your heart if you must. Let clogs know no place on your skin, it belongs on the feet. Sharpen your mind to be keen, don't let it face defeat. You won't walk in the shade cast by his shadow. You will create your meadow. Peace and solace you deserve. But until the warrior in you is awakened, you find strength and are no longer weakened, realizing self-pity was and is not an option. You will indeed be buried in silence, dead in the hands of violence.
While I be like rising coolly, you know they had to start. Now so I become Mrs. Holiday for better and for worse. So one day he says I act wrong. I think he might be drunk. One slap it's the first time, so I forgave him. Mr. Killman, don't do me like a cinnamon. Cause when a girl is dead wrong, there's no point of it all. Mr. Killman, sure you think say you've seen it all. But now that I got a voicemail, I'm gonna tell it all. I wonder if you're in my shoes, or maybe you got a man where they beat you too. Somehow I wish it would. Is your voice as I sing to you, Mr. Killman? Don't treat me like a cinnamon. Cause when a girl is dead now, there's no point of it all.
Thank you.
What amazing, soul-stirring words. If you think our young are too young to make things happen, just remember that dynamite comes in small packages. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next, I have the honor to invite a super bureaucrat, one who works very closely in the policy space to the Excellencies here gathered today. And he's going to perform two tasks. He's going to speak on behalf of the forum, and he's also going to invite up onto the podium the Excellencies for the next panel. Please join me in welcoming the Director General of the Nigeria Governors Forum, my brother, Mr. Asishana Okaro, Esquire. Please welcome him. Hi, my brother. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to crave the indulgence of the First Lady of the country, our matron, to rest on existing protocols. The Nigerian Governors Forum is super excited to be part of this high-level policy dialogue. The thrust of today's conference, GBV, is a priority at the Nigerian Governors Forum Secretariat. On June 10th, as we've heard, our principals had their 10th teleconference meeting and agreed on 14 resolutions. 4 of those resolutions were around the matters we are discussing today. Resolution number 9, resolution number 10, resolution number 11, resolution number 12. We need to state here that the governors did not just decide to declare a state of emergency. They were very clear on what the objectives and were very specific about their expectations. A clear roadmap was defined. And I want to state that here because that's exactly what the Secretariat is committed to. They first of all declared a state of emergency. And in addition to that, it's important to take away the fact that there was a decision by all the governors to commit to ensuring that offenders face the maximum weight of the law. Enforcement is pretty important, so it's important to take that away. The second important commitment the governors made that day under Resolution 10 is to ensure speedy investigation and prosecution of perpetrators, in addition to creating a sex offenders register in each state to name and shame. They equally decided to invite all commissioners of police to provide a detailed report on the actions taken to strengthen their response to sexual and gender-based violence through a number of channels. Those records are there. I don't need to belabor that. And finally, on that day, they endorsed a communique by the First Ladies. We have since communicated this resolution to the Inspector General of Police and other regulatory bodies. Only yesterday, I shared with the First Lady of Ekiti State and the chair of the Forum of Wives of Governors under the platform of the Nigerian Governors Forum, Her Excellency Eretu Bisi Fayemi, some troubling GBV stories out of Queen's College, Lagos, that I was privy to. Her response shocked me. It was frightening. And she said, DG, what you are describing is bad, but I must tell you what obtains at the subnational level and at the community level is worse. That is why I think that at this point, it is important we move this conversation beyond Abuja to our communities and the states. A lot of us do not see the link between addressing the actions of GBV and its impact on our state, on the state of the economy, financial and mental health, as well as on personal safety and security. Inaction has significant implications for limited economic growth and development. This is a call to action for men, women, and us all to get involved. The good news is that the Nigerian Governors Forum is ready. We are determined to sustain this conversation, extend it beyond Abuja to our rural communities, and to support the achievement of desired outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to rest our goodwill on that and move to the next topic immediately. Our governors are here. Those commitments are clear. And I think it's ripe, with the permission of the organizers, to invite our principals, beginning with the chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. What is the sitting arrangement? Okay, thank you. Yeah. The chairman will be supported, because there's a point that must be made here. Every single governor has done a lot of things between June 10th and today. And I think this will be an opportunity for them to tell us a lot about the kind of things they've done. And I want to quickly call the next governor, the governor of Niger State, Governor Abubakar Bello. The governor of Plateau State, the governor of Kogi State, and finally, the only SCN we have right now in the forum, it's the governor of Ondo State. Yeah, at this stage, I would hand this over to my chairman, the Governor Fayemi. Okay.
Excellent. Many thanks indeed, the DG. Thank you for your diligence. Your Excellencies, welcome to this all-important panel on the very troublesome issue of gender-based violence. We have been told that Nigeria is the ninth most unsafe place to be a woman. Reuters Foundation has told us this. And so there's a need for us to do something about it. And something is being done. I would like to begin by asking you a general round of questions, Your Excellencies, because today we have 25 superstars in the room, 25 First Ladies doing amazing things. And some of them are your spouses. So, beginning with His Excellency, the Chair of the Nigeria Governors Forum, please tell us, sir, what you think about the effort of your spouse in this direction and how you would continue to lend support.
Thank you, Madam Compe, Amina. Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am very delighted to be here and to be part of this movement against gender-based violence in our country. I speak unequivocally on behalf of all my brother governors who have, as our Director General explained, committed themselves to be on this journey and to lead from the front on issues of gender-based violence in our various states at the subnational level. And we're not doing this really as a favor to our women. We are doing it because it makes sense to us. It makes economic sense. It makes humanitarian sense. It makes common sense. Because we're talking about the bulk of our population, at least 50% of our population. And if we're serious about development, we have to be serious about protection for a significant population in our various communities. And when it comes to what we're doing in Ekiti State, and how I'm supporting my spouse, who is also the chair of this very important coalition against gender-based violence, we are adhering strictly to the points that have been highlighted by our DG on gender-based violence, and we're doing it through 5 interventions in Ekiti State. For us, the first issue that drive this is political will on the part of the principals. If governors demonstrate political will and zero tolerance for gender-based violence, it stands to reason that the bulk of the actors in the state, particularly the powerful actors, would inevitably take the cue from the principal, who is the number 1 citizen in the state. So political will is critical to us, and we are demonstrating that through a variety of ways in Ekiti State. The second for us is enactment and enforcement of laws, which has been spoken about. In my first missionary journey as governor in Ekiti State, we enacted a variety of laws to address issues of women's human rights and empowerment, but particularly gender-based violence. We had a 2011 law against gender-based violence, which has now been revamped and repackaged into our 2019 law, which is now incorporating the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act 2015, which is more of a national law, but has been incorporated into our new state law. But we have not just stopped there. Ekiti has a slew of laws that started way back at the beginning of this Fourth Republic. We have a widow's protection law of 2002. We have a law against female genital mutilation, 2002 Act. We have the Child's Rights Act, 2006. We have the Gender and Equal Opportunities Act, 2013, and then our 2019 Gender-Based Violence Prohibition Act, which incorporates the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. But it's not enough to have laws. There's a slew of laws out there.
Absolutely.
It's what you do with the law and how seriously you take enforcement. And in Ekiti, we take enforcement very seriously. We have convicted hundreds of people for this heinous act. But we've not just stopped at conviction at the law court. We opened the sex offenders register, the very first one in the country, in 2013. We have now extended that sex offenders register by incorporating what we call a naming and shaming policy. So what we do with that is that we know we're traditional people, and culture is important to us.
Yeah.
So in our societies, if you jail somebody in Ekiti, people in his community may not even be aware of what he has done. But when you take that information home to the people with large posters published and pasted in critical parts of the community, that this is the offense this person has committed.
Right.
It's child defilement. A 2-year-old child has been defiled by this elderly, no good person, and you make that information available, as we do in Ekiti, in all parts of the community. You know how we are.
Right.
Generations after generations will continue to refer to that family. You want to go and marry in that place, you better don't. They have somebody in that family who did this in 2020 something. And that information remains within the community. And it has acted as a very strong deterrent, at least in our state. And we believe that this is something that can apply in other places.
Absolutely.
What we've done on the 3 other interventions that we have, sometimes we focus so much on the perpetrator that we forget the victim. So we have protection mechanisms for the victims as well. We have a sexual assault referral center in Ekiti. We've had a temporary one for some time, but I just commissioned a brand new one a couple of days ago on November 25th as part of our own campaign, 16-day of activism against gender-based violence. But we've gone beyond that. We also just commissioned a 208-bed shelter, a transit home, and a skills acquisition center for women who have suffered sexual violence and domestic violence and are looking for a safe haven, pending the time that they can put themselves together again. But much more importantly, there is a direct correlation between poverty and sexual violence. And if we do not empower women, it's not enough to keep talking about these things. If we do not empower women to be able to stand on their own and protect themselves and have the resources available to take care of themselves, it becomes a much more debilitating and enduring challenge that will take us a longer time to fix. So for us, we've drawn the correlation. We have a survivors fund in our state that we make available to those who are coming out of sexual violence, gender-based violence experiences. We also have schemes in the state to support them to acquire skills and become more independent on their own, and resources that would improve their knowledge and understanding and ensure that they stay in schools. Because another major problem here is our female dropout rate is very high, And we're determined to do something about that by ensuring that even if you become pregnant in the course of going to school, the opportunity to gain an education is not totally shut out from you. So we can return you to school after you've delivered of the baby, and you can still be protected in your experience. So really, we have a slew of these 5 interventions in Ekiti State. Well, it's still not enough. We have to make sure that we do it across the board. And my brother governors are also coming into the picture. We're all seriously determined to make this an experience of the past in our country.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. And you can tell from the response of the audience that you have wowed us this morning. For 2 things. You understand the landscape, the political economy of it. It's not just about the politics, it's also the economics of it. And the fact that even after you've outlined the 5 key things that Ekiti State is doing, you're saying it is not enough. You've really spoken to the theme of today's conversation, political will and gender-based violence responses. And we thank you so much. It's also excellent that you went first, Chair Sir, because you had enough time to lay the groundwork. So now I'm exactly leader forever. So I'm now going to negotiate with your brothers to say that each one of the excellencies, we have 3 minutes to speak to the question that is posed to them, because we don't see you every day, and it's very important that we open the floor for questions and comments. Do I have your permission, Your Excellencies? Thank you so very much. Thank you. I'd like to go next, therefore, to His Excellency the Governor of Kogi State, because the whole world knows if you're not the youngest, you're one of the youngest governors that we have in this country. And our eyes are watching you, Your Excellency. Paint us a picture of Kogi State. What are women's human rights looking like? What are the commitments that you make on this day? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Madam. Your Excellency, the Chairman of the NGF, Your Excellencies, Governors, Your Excellencies, our wives, Your Excellencies, member of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. In tackling the issue of gender-based violence requires more than talk show. In Kogi State, we are practicalizing it. And being conscious of the fact that I am the youngest governor today, representing the next generation in government, I must practice what I say. First, I'm sure when I came in here just now, you saw one lady behind me. That is practical. The first female ADC to a serving government in Nigeria. We are practicalizing exactly whatever we discuss in the NGF. I take it home and practice it.
His Excellency has the floor. You would have your chance to ask questions and make comments. Please carry on, Your Excellency.
Now, we have to give them that sense of belonging. We have laws, we have legislation, we have policies and programs for women. But we must give them that self-dignity. That is number one, my ADC. Number two, so today, women have that confidence that, oh, we can actually do this. And she's doing it excellently well. Now, my SSG and my head of service from first term to second term are women. They are collaborating with my wives in ensuring that women are given their right place in the society. We didn't just stop at that. Governance starts from the grassroots. Whatever policy and programs we have today, it must be executed to the grassroots. And we're operating 3 tiers of government. That is at the federal level, the state level, and at local government level. We are going to conduct local government and councillorship election on 12th December this year. And as a matter of policy and practicalizing what we preach, APC as a party in Kogi State made it a policy. I am the leader of the party in the state. I ensure that the party ensure that the 35% affirmation is practicalized for Nigerians to see. And how are we going to practicalize it? We ensure that in every local government with 10 wards or 14 or 15 wards, there is at least minimum of 3 to 4 women as councillors.
Amazing.
We ensure that every chairman candidate will have a woman as vice chairman. We are ensuring, by the grace of God, that after the election, all the council leaders will be women. Now, having given them this sense of belonging and ownership, I think they will be able to drive the process of ensuring
Indeed, Your
that
Excellency.
women are not abused at that level. But let me ask one question, moderator. While we are defending and protecting women, who protects men against violence?
Women are the protectors of all, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
And right now, it is not a level playing field. That is where we move from equality to equity, and now we're seeking justice, like the chair of the NGF has said. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Very much. Yeah.
And please remember, we have a hashtag, NGWAGBV. Please tweet those important commitments that you're hearing now, because our eyes are watching you all. Please tweet and let's hold this commitment to the power of grace by which it has been given today. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, SAN, sir, you have listened. You have heard all of the strategies. We need to prevent, we need to promote, we need to ensure that we have laws that have teeth. You are a legal luminary, a senior advocate of Nigeria. But we know that law is necessary but insufficient. Learned Silk, sir, in addition to the legal frameworks that you have in Ondo State, what else are you thinking to do to ensure that gender-based violence is a thing of the past?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Now, you have said it all. Having a law in place will not solve everything. And what you need really is how, at the end of the day, you have put in place machinery to ensure enforcement of the law and to make sure that at the end of the day, where you have people who have been found guilty of any of the offenses under the law, that they are prosecuted and brought to book, and that they face the wrath or the full weight of the law itself. That is what is important. And in getting this done, we have had problems, just as we had in a number of, virtually all the states. You see, we have, for instance, issue of congestion, a lot of congestion in courts. And this has led to having to create family courts, different courts, to attend to matters of this nature, particularly gender-based violence. So that when you have prosecution of offenders who come under this, who have committed offenses under the laws that are in place, you don't have to take them through the process, the existing process which you have now in place, which normally and at the end of the day takes time. Because those of us who are lawyers have always believed that, yes, the machinery of justice grinds slowly but surely. But at the same time, we do also have a lot of things we say that justice delayed is justice denied. It all comes. You now come to see the contradiction. And okay, when you say machinery of justice grinds slowly but surely, and it's again delayed and says denied, there is that contradiction. But at the end of the day, when you look at the issue of gender-based violence, it's one you need to take immediate action. More so that when you have people who, for instance, are involved in rape, you don't want to keep them in the society and say their trial is going on. We don't have facilities, at least in this country for now, by which you can say they are labeled or they wear any band that you can monitor their movement. We can't. So, but just like every other offense, it's a bailable offense. If you grant them bail, they go back. Some have gone out to commit the same offense. So the earlier you have the trial concluded, the better for the society, so that it goes straight into whatever sentence.
Absolutely.
Yes. So that's that's the best way. So what we try to do in those states is that to ensure that trials are faster and family court and other courts attend to trials of these individuals who commit this gender-based violence. So what we have to put in place is that, look, the laws are there. We have had so many laws, just like my chairman said.
Yes.
But what we really need now is how to make sure that we prosecute offenders expeditiously and ensure that they are dealt with. And at the end of the day,
yes,
we have had debates in our ESCO. At the point we wanted to have a place, okay, you have to castrate. We want to use castrate men who are caught in some of these offenses.
Exactly.
And this is being pushed over and over. Some are saying, okay, why don't you cut off their manhood? And I don't know what women want to recommend, whether you want it cut off. It's left to you.
We will tell you what we want to recommend,
Okay.
Your Excellency, sir. And I know that His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, is very well represented in the room today by the Senior Special Assistant on Intergovernmental Affairs. And I know Kaduna, as you know, Your Excellencies, Kaduna does have a law that actually says that there will be castration of anyone who is caught raping another person, whether it's defilement or rape. But a woman who is also caught defiling or raping would have her fallopian tubes severed. Yes, and maybe Kaduna will speak to that at a point. But thank you so much, Your Excellency, sir. We thank you. And I especially thank you for referencing the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, because rape is a criminal offense, and that law, passed in 2015, actually demands that cases of criminal offenses be expedited. Thank you so much. I come to Your Excellency, Governor Bello of Niger. And I want to talk about northern Nigeria. Only 1 in 4 girls will finish a course of secondary schooling. Rape is on the increase, all parts of Nigeria, but especially in the context of children who, like His Excellency Governor Fayemi said, are breadwinners because of the economic dimension. They are more vulnerable because they are hawking when they should be in school, learning to become like the 25 superstars, first ladies we have today. Almajiranchi is also a very big issue in northern Nigeria. Boys are sodomized, girls are raped. This is a serious phenomenon in northern Nigeria where 10 million children are out of school and they're very vulnerable. Your Excellency, sir, I know you have 3 minutes, but if you were to give us an elevator speech of what the North intends to do about creating safe spaces for girls and boys and women, what would it be, sir? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, my chair, Governor Fayemi, and Your Excellency, the chair of Nigerian Governors Forum's Wives Association, my colleagues. The speakers before me spoke very well, some of which will address what you said. I 100% agree with what Governor Fayemi said. We are in the process of doing virtually everything he mentioned with regards to the laws and what have you. My friend from Kogi I think we're also on the same page, but one. I don't have a female ADC, but I have a woman head of service. Excellent. That would placing women in, and a woman chief judge. That's right. So placing women in sensitive positions will ensure that they take this matter seriously and fight for the rights or causes of women. And my friend from Ondo also mentioned the legal framework, which is very important, but somehow I found out enforcement is always an issue. Most of the courts are overwhelmed. We find it very difficult in these days to get someone convicted of crimes, heinous crimes like what you just mentioned. But with regards to Almajiranchi and what you said earlier in the northern parts of the country, I think one thing I haven't had is the issue of sensitization. The center were able to do it, but one thing I realized, working with the traditional rulers, like in my state, we have the Imams Forum, working with the Imams Forum, because the problem is most of the cases we get are from urban centers. We don't get much cases from rural areas. Not that they don't exist, but out of fear of stigmatization. So because of our religious and cultural inclinations, some of these cases go unreported in the rural areas. But I think the first thing to be done is to make sure that we educate our people. Now, with regards to Almajiranchi, recently what we have done is to work with some scholars, Islamic scholars, and we have started the first school of combining both Islamic and Western education to see how it works. So we are adjusting the curriculum so that once you go to your primary school, you're able to do your Islamic studies at the same time. So we're at the moment banning all these Al-Majri and all these local schools. But again, because it's a culture that has been developed for hundreds of years, you have to take it one pace at a time. But we have a committee to look at JBVs and most of these. We have child rights acts and what have you, being chaired by the First Lady of Nigeria, who happens to be my wife. She's over there. And I think she's doing a nice job. I must confess.
Nice, Your Excellency.
Yes.
Saving lives.
Yes, because we have made a lot of arrests in these cases. We've had probably 78 or 9 convictions. But for me, you can have the laws, you can have the referral centers, but once you start getting yourself in a situation where you use the law or the referral center, it means it has already happened. And you don't want it to happen. So you have to prevent it. You have to do whatever you can to prevent it. You don't want a solution after it has happened.
Absolutely,
So I strongly believe sensitization is key. I strongly believe educating our people is important.
Thank you.
I strongly believe making sure that girls go to school is really important, because we've had cases where parents give out their daughters in marriage at the ages of 12, 13. I think we've made about 15 arrests on that too.
Thank you.
So for me, I think sensitization, education are key in this fight. Thank you.
And thank you so much for bringing data into the room, because the collect aspect of the theme of this year's 16 Days of Activism is about getting sexual data that is disaggregated, who is offending, who is vulnerable, and who is protected. Thank you so much. And now, I have saved His Excellency Governor Lalong for last, for a very good reason. He's a North Central State governor. His state has passed virtually all of the gender-responsive laws that there are. The Violence Against Persons Act, the Child Rights Act, Administration of Criminal Justice Act, the Disability Act, even before the National. And it's strategic that you're seated right next to Ekiti. That is also a frontline state in that regard. Your Excellency, sir, can you tell us in a few words what made you do this? What did you see that made you think that as a governor, Plateau State needed to be a frontline state? And what are some of those challenges that you need us to be mindful of, even as we have so many expectations of you and your colleagues?
Thank you very much. First, my chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, Your Excellencies, my colleagues governors who are here, the wives of the governors and the representative of the wife of Mr. President, diplomats that are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You asked why. Why did I have that passion? And I said, my role model I always say, is my mother, not my father, my mother. And I said, even to the point of death, I saw her level of passion for especially the less privileged. Even at old age, she was keeping them. When even at the point I had no resources to take care of them, she will say she wants to keep them until death. And when she died, she left a lot of them for us to take care. So because of that, we've seen a lot of things happening to us also in the house when we are taking care of the less privileged. Now, back to the question, I must say that as the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, I am in a very difficult position. Difficult position in the sense that at the Northern Governors Forum, I must admit that in terms of treating issues of gender violence and addressing them, we have not done enough, I must confess. And that is a difficult place, to be chairman of Northern Governors Forum and talk about addressing issues that we are mentioning today. But I'm very happy that I'm being assisted by very vibrant and women governors' wives in the Northern Governors' wives, ably led by the governor of Niger. The chairperson is the wife of the governor of Niger State. They have been on us, and recently we are already addressing some of these issues. In their recent meeting with me, I told them, I gave them the guarantee that with me as the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, we will push them to that level. So we're already laying down the framework, and I'm sure it was too early to start assessing us now. Just wait until when we get to the middle of next year. But they are already doing very well, and I gave them that assurance. Now back to Plateau again. Well, in Plateau State, I even got an award as a speaker. I started as a speaker because things that were impossible in the north, I made sure we would do them in Plateau as an example for others to copy. For instance, the child rights law. I was the second person to pass and domesticate the child rights law in the north. So I was the first. And when I did that, unfortunately, I was left as a speaker, and there was no proper implementation. But when I came back as a governor, I now went back to again implementing it. Again, I was the first, like you mentioned, to pass the disability, the law on disability. I passed that law before I left as a speaker, but the implementation was very poor. When I came back again, I reorganized the place, and today even federal government has copied from us in Plateau State by doing the Disability Rights Commission. So in Plateau State again, you know, it is only in Plateau State that they will always select a vibrant woman to lead the Women Affairs Commission. Today, the Minister for Women Affairs, and doing very well, very vibrant, is also from my state. In my state, I have produced one of the head of the courts in Nigeria. The President Court of Appeal is a woman. She is from Plateau State. Now, there's also an aspect that I've just introduced, the girl child education. I'm always very fascinated when I see women excelling. And I made it a point of duty from last year. I said any woman that excels academically in Plateau State, she will get an award. Not only an award. If it's within the secondary school, I give her a scholarship to go abroad.
Excellent job.
This year, I just celebrated a few weeks ago I celebrated a girl from my state that emerged the overall best in WAEC in Nigeria. So I will take her and hand over to the chairperson of the governor's wife, so that you can know that women can do better than men. Now,
that's a special applause for you, Your Excellency.
Yes, that's the overall best in WAEC in Nigeria. I've given her scholarship from Plateau State, and I've also given her scholarship for Northern Governors Forum. So that girl is going to be our model. And when you are training women, you must also train women for leadership. Train them for leadership. It's not always that they say they are being oppressed by men. So what I did, I gave them assurance 2 years ago. I said any first class from my state, first class candidate, will not only get scholarship, but must work in the governor's office. Must work in
Excellent.
the governor's office. So I already now have two of them. Two of them, I will say fortunately, two of them made first class last year. First class from the law school. And I said they must work with the governors under the governor's office for tutelage. So two of them are now working in the governor's office. And they asked me, why are you saying we must work in the governor's office? I said, I want you to be leaders tomorrow. Beautiful. And the only way to learn to be leaders tomorrow is when you work directly in the governor's office.
Excellent.
That will spoil you. By the time you go, you become professors, you become everything. You would have also learned the techniques of electionary campaign, and I wish that one day one of you will become the president of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
This is what I have done. So I've created that enabling environment.
You have
and
indeed.
To be very honest with you, they are very, very good. I've been watching them. And after 1 year, I will ask them, okay, which university do you want to go to further your education? That time they would have acquired that experience. So when you are arguing for women, she will tell you, I was in the governor's office. I knew everything that was happening in the state.
True.
So these are part of the things that we intend to do and will continue to do. We have not done enough, like I said, but with the encouragement and especially what I see you women doing,
yes.
You are already encouraging us. Even if we are weak at a particular time, please continue to encourage us. We will do better.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you indeed. And I really thank the panel for the very critical, thinking that you've brought into the room and the very practical ideas of how we can tackle this menace in our midst. But I did promise that the audience would ask questions, and we can barely squeeze 10 minutes just to take questions and comments and to return to Your Excellencies. And please do know, as you're asking your questions, that there's going to be a second panel after the Excellencies panel, which will be a panel with survivors. And it's very important that we listen to that panel because it also has some of our superstar first ladies on that panel. But for now, we'll open the floor for any question or comment or any clarification that you'd like to seek. We have a couple of mics, and I'll just look out for hands in the room. Yes, my sister. Please tell us your name and ask your question. And please make it very succinct.
Edo State. I'm glad to be here on the entourage of Her Excellency. It's good to have the governors here because gender-based violence, we've talked about women participation in politics. The Kogi State Governor, the model of including women at the council level, look to be chairmen and councillors, 35%, is a very noble step. And we encourage all governors to please do that for us.
Thank you, Honorable Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. I see another hand. I need the mic to move to this side of the hall so we try as much as possible to achieve equity in terms of voice. Please, your name and to the end of to the back of the hall, and then we'll come back to the front because Honorable Maria spoke from the front of the hall. Yes, please. I see two hands at that table. So, sisters, you decide which hand goes first. All right. Thank you.
Can you go to another table if the decision is not made?
It's made.
Then please speak.
I want to thank the governors.
Your name, ma'am. Shall we meet you?
I am Right Honorable Princess Peace Ozamaka Naji, on the entourage of Her Excellency Mrs. Monica Ugwanye and the Commissioner for Gender Affairs and Social Development, Enugu State. I want to talk about one of the problems we have in dealing with gender-based violence. The problem is that half of the way in handling these cases, people will come from the village or people that are concerned and tell us that they have settled after we have done everything in the court to make sure that they are prosecuted. You find out that they renege and the people are placed in a quagmire. They don't know what to do. And we need a legislation that even when the birth parents of those people abused have reneged on the agreement, government has to send somebody to stand for the victim. Has to send somebody to stand for the victim.
Thank you.
Not halfway into the case.
Thank you, Right Honorable Uzamaka. A very important point well made. Thank you, ma'am. Can I have the mic come to the front of the room? And yes, to your right, to your left, my sister, that table. Yes. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Hi, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Osasu Igbenedion. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of TOS TV Network, a Pan-African television network. I would like to put all Your Excellencies on the spot today to ask you to make a categorical commitment to furthering women and girls' development in your state. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, you said all vice chairmen coming up in the local government elections will be women. We applaud you for that. Thank you so much. I want the Governor of Ondo State, Plateau State, Ekiti State, and Niger State to make similar commitment to the advancement of women's political participation and leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the Excellencies already did. And there's an exercise at the end of this panel which is about committing to the call to action, and we shall hear their voices and also see them personalize that as well. I want to come to the middle and take maybe one last hand. Yes, please. Where's my mic traveling? Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Your Excellencies, the Governor of Ekiti, Plateau, Niger, Kogi, and Ondo, my name is Honorable Dr. Hajara Denyaro Ibrahim, Special Advisor to the Governor of Nasarawa State on Special Education, on the entourage of Her Excellency Hajia Salifat Abdullah Isli. I want to commend the efforts of all the governors, especially my maternal governor, Kogi State, for this wonderful achievement on women. Please, Your Excellency, kindly help us to reach down this achievement to Nasarawa State. I've been contesting 3 times for the State House of Assembly. You can see Nasarawa State, not a single woman in the House of Assembly of Nasarawa State, not a single woman as chairman or deputy chairman. Please, Your Excellency, help us for this to reach down, since the chairman of the Governors Forum,
all right,
Edrosoke, is around. Please help us do that.
All right, thank you, my sister. Thank you. You want to respond to that? Okay. Is there any gentleman in the house who would like to speak? Is there any gentleman who would like to speak? Because I see there's some brothers. The he for she's. Do I see a he for she hand? None. Okay, let me return to their Excellencies. If I have any more time, I'll come back again to the audience. Please forgive me. It's the tyranny of time. It's beyond me because time is always of the essence. So let me return to their Excellencies. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, on the reluctance by women with reported cases of abuse, like I said earlier on, especially from the rural areas, is mostly because of stigmatization. When they go to court, it becomes public. So what happens in between? They are being convinced to withdraw the cases or not to participate. So You have to go on a strict, serious sensitization to give them the confidence and the comfort to see the case through. On the appointments of women into elected offices, well, that is constitutional. I don't know how we can. I wish we can make that firm commitment. But on political appointments, yes, that is within the purview of the governor. You can increase your political appointments when it comes to commissioners, when it comes to your head of service. But when it comes to, I have to go to Kogi and learn. But when it comes to being chairperson or chairman of local government councillors, everyone is free to contest. We have to amend the constitution to say you must allow for or provide for a certain number of seats for women. I have only one woman in state assembly, and even that I had to battle. I had to fight. So yes, I agree that we should have more women at that level, but with the constitutional provisions, I don't know how we can tell, okay, leave this. It has to be an in-house arrangement. I don't know, but I'll go to Kogi and
well said, Your Excellency.
I'll learn.
Yes, and thank you for your humility. You're all brothers. You can speak to each other, but there are strategies for affirmative action, Your Excellency. There are. Even in terms of the Constitution can be reviewed. And I ask a question of all Your Excellencies here. Why must we have a first-past-the-post electoral system in Nigeria? Why can we not have proportional representation such that every party can get number of seats in parliament, which is a function of the number of votes they have? And if each political party lists more women than men, then the women will get in there. So you have to work with the political parties. You have to review the Constitution. There are strategies, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Yes, Your Excellency, SAN, sir.
Let me just come in and say one thing. I needed to react to the comment about victims who make efforts to withdraw their case after what they call intervention, family. The issue is this. Offenses are committed against a law, and the state itself is the one prosecuting. So if a state and your Ministry of Justice and those who are prosecuting put their feet down, no matter what you do, it's an offense against the state. So the problem we have is getting witnesses who will come up to court, because the victims probably are the witnesses you need and they refuse to come up. So the judge or the judges are handicapped in that sense. So we must find a way in which, because it's a dicey situation, when you compel a witness to appear in court and he appears and he gives evidence against you, the judge itself will have to free the offender. So we have a problem here. In one, we know it's an offense against the state. We know you can be compelled to come to court, but what you say in court, nobody can force you to do it.
Very true.
You become a witness that will be against even your case. So we have a problem, and I think it's something we can solve. We can look at the law again and see what we'll do.
Yes.
In such circumstance, what I had always thought was that, look, in the first instance, you have taken the statement of the victim and probably witnesses, if you have any. Then we can just end it and say, look, all you need to do is that you use those evidence against the accused person.
Absolutely.
No need to now bring the witness again to court if he doesn't want to come. So if we go that route, we might get a point in which whether or not you come to court, the man can still be convicted based on your witness statement, absolutely, which you have issued. So those are the things. But the last one which I want to talk about one of the questions or the issues that have been taken is about women participation. I've always been worried. We have more women in this country than men. What are you women doing? Vote for yourself, don't vote for men. You will be there.
It's about 50-50, Your Excellency.
Vote for yourself.
Women are 49.7%, so it's about 50-50. But you see, Your Excellency, on the surface, you can see the number. But the subtext of that number is that it is pseudo power. It is not power. Because you men hold the power. Patriarchy dictates who gets what. And in some families in this country, we have heard stories where women who were supported to feed school children are having problems with the men because the men suddenly think their wives have more money than they have. So, Your Excellency, sir, there's a lot that we need to fix in terms of patriarchy. Your Excellency, Governor of Kogi State, you're going to go last because there's another question coming for you from the audience. I'm going to take Governor Lalong next.
Thank you very much. Let me come in and help my friend, Governor of Niger. Now, at the All Progressive Congress, it is mandatory, it's not a question of choice, that in every appointment there must be a woman, there must be a disabled. So these are policies of the party. I know that as a matter of fact, for All Progressive Congress, especially appointments at the local governments to state level, even at the federal level. So a certain percentage is reserved for women and the physically challenged. Now, also going back to the issue, somebody said when it comes to election, I think that part of your sensitization must also go far beyond what we're doing, because from experience I've seen it. Because my sister there said she contested election and lost. In most cases, when women contest election, you don't see majority of women supporting them. That is a fact. That is a fact. You don't see the women supporting them. I don't know why it is like that. But however, I want to help my sister, Dr. Hajara. Where are you? She left. Dr. Hajara, she just left. Well, Dr. Hajara, yeah. We attended the same school with her. She has been contesting election. I only want to say that as chairman of Governors Forum, we will take that up. The governor of Nasarawa is my good friend. And I wanted to tell her one secret. In Plateau State, nobody has ever produced a senator in Plateau. And it has become like a tradition that no woman will become senator. But I want to assure you, we're into an election. By Saturday, they are going to elect the first woman senator from Plateau State. So nothing is possible if there is that will. But I want to also make the women to have that will. It is not all saying that, yes, we want to go by 30%. We must also be ready to support that 30%.
Thank you, Your
Excellency. Because you put a woman and you see the women running away from the women at the vote.
Thank you,
must
Your
come out
Excellency.
and challenge and vote for that woman. Thank you very much.
We're working on that, Your Excellency. It is going to take time. It's going to take your support. Yes. Because when you have been told for centuries that you should not be seen and you should not be heard, yes. When you have been told that you're only good for child rearing, it becomes very difficult for you to begin to reimagine yourself as someone who can aspire for office. And so how do we move from that perception that women are only good enough as agents of biology to begin to see women in their totality as social actors? I think that is the task for women, yes, but also men who are leaders. Thank you, Your Excellency. Can I ask Tamuno to get the mic and to ask her question of His Excellency, the Governor of Kogi State, quickly, so that he can take his closing remarks and the chair then closes us out. My sister Tamuno.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the governors for their comments and their approach. We've learned a lot. But I'd like to ask a question. I want to know, to the Kogi State Governor, what are the procedures involved in reporting cases of SGB perpetrated by people in your cabinet? And also be glad if other governors can help us outline the procedures involved so we can all be better informed in reporting these cases. What are the procedures involved with addressing cases of SGB perpetrated by people in your cabinet or state actors or other governments? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as the mic comes back...
It's not clear. I'm not the only person here. Please, just slow down. We are Africans. We are not Europeans.
Apologies for that. Apologies. So again, I would like to ask, what are the procedures involved in reporting perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence in your cabinet? And also,
I think, Your Excellency, thank you, Tamuno, thank you very much. It's a very personal question and is a measure of your political will. Is it a different set of rules for people on your cabinet and a different set of rules for other citizens? I think that's the nuts and bolts of that question.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies and my dear sister, let me react straight to a particular question that is rephrased here. This has to do with my Honorable Commissioner of Water Resources, Honorable Abdulmumin Danga, who was alleged to have committed violence, especially rape against a lady or a woman. Thank God I have two lawyers, governors here, and there are so many lawyers here. When you alleged, you prove. The matter is in court. It has been in court. And any further and serious comment, especially from me as the governor, will amount to, I don't know what you call it, subjudice or prejudice? Subjudice. That is number one. Number two, you see, in every state, this will apply to each and every one of us. There are peculiarities. What is obtainable in Kogi State might not be obtainable in any other state. It might be easy for me to ensure that women are elected into elective offices in Kogi State. It might not be that very easy for other state governors to implement same in their various states. So obtaining commitment to that effect will amount to obtaining no commitment at all. In this particular case that we are mentioning, there is a peculiarity as well, which I shouldn't even go because it is beyond what is being put out there in the media. But I want to assure you that nobody under my leadership or under my watch will commit offense against women and I'll allow that person to go scot-free. It's as good as any of us here now moving out and saying, for instance, Osasu committed so offense. I am not there, you are not there. And then we'll immediately, apprehend Osasu and begin to punish before the completion or conclusion of investigation and proper prosecution by the competent court of law. So that matter is in court, and as soon as the court decides whichever way, I am going to swing into action. Everybody knows me, please just one moment, knows Kogi State Governor to be an action governor. I take no nonsense at all from anybody. And I ensure that women believe in themselves. We advocate, just like the governor of Niger said, we advocate, we sensitize, we educate. And it is at the point of implementation where the goodwill, political will comes in, that I will hold down men that will oppress women for women to be able to excel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the Chair of Nigeria Governors Forum, you're going to close out this panel, and I have a couple of questions from colleagues who are online. Buki Williams of Education as a Vaccine wants to know if governors today will commit to funding sexual and gender-based violence services. She wants to hear those words of commitment coming from you, Your Excellency, on behalf of your colleagues. Her Excellency, Dr. Zainab Shinkapi-Bagudu, has also said that, why is this still a battle, Your Excellency Niger, to get women into elective positions? It starts from the mindset of our people. But as leaders, if we direct our battle early enough and be firm, the people holding the party machinery will comply. So that's a strategy, from Her Excellency's colleague, another Her Excellency, to Your Excellency, more or less. But I think because you've had your say, I just wanted you to know and be aware of this. His Excellency, the Chair, will cover all comments and have his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Amina, for the questions. And I want to thank my colleagues for giving good accounts of governors and explaining what we're doing in our various states to the audience. To the question from Education for Vaccine, certainly governors will commit themselves to providing resources, not just funds, resources that would help address issues of gender-based violence. Clearly, we will commit to that. And our wives are also here. They will back that commitment because they have the opportunities to nudge us beyond our own conviction and concerns, and they do that all the time. So we can give our word, and you can take it to the bank.
Excellent.
On the second question, in relation to women's participation and Osasu's request for commitment, I think there is generally a question of power relations. And there are patriarchal privileges. Nobody runs away from privileges. And in politics, one thing we say oftentimes is that power is not served a la carte.
Exactly.
The person who has power does not voluntarily give away power. You have to devise means, you have to build coalitions, you have to organize strategies in order to take power from those who have power. And part of that coalition would necessarily involve men. You can't attack men and expect them to get involved when you want positions, either by appointment or by election. So, and women are nurturers. Women know how to multitask. Women know how to engage and build coalitions. So I don't really see this as a necessarily difficult thing for women. But we must also, on our part, as privileged actors, figure out institutional mechanisms that can assist in ensuring that we have more women participating in political life. There's no ifs, there's no buts. We must encourage, we must actively involve, and we must build coalitions with women to do this. For us in Ekiti, it's not really an issue. We have a female senator. You heard about her. She spoke earlier from our state. We have female representatives in the House of Representatives. We have the largest number of women in any House of Assembly in Nigeria. We have 8 vice chairmen in our local governments out of 16 local governments. We have 1 local government chairman. That's not good enough. We want to do more than that. But it's also not a game of numbers. It's not a bean counting exercise. I want us to understand that. It's good to have a higher number. But does higher number of women in political participation translate to higher recognition for women's related issues? Not necessarily, but we would like to think that's the case. We have a duty to sensitize the men who are in public office so that they take on board these issues a lot more seriously than we've done hitherto. So that regardless of who is there, it's good to have someone who feels the pain to be the one also making the policies and deciding on the issues. But let all of us be more conscious, be more aware of our responsibilities as public servants to all citizens, and particularly women, who are the larger number of citizens we have in our society.
What an excellent set of remarks to close out this panel. Thank you so very much, Your Excellencies, for being so very rooted and for listening and for finding the courage to walk the talk. Eshe, Your Excellency. Amariba, Esi Wajino. Allah Ejakwana, Your Excellencies. Allah Shitaya Kurubu. Godia Miki, thank you so much. I'm going to ask you to please remain on the stage because there's another aspect of this conversation which actually speaks to a point that was made earlier about evidencing the commitment, and that is to speak to the call to action. May I have the honor of inviting Her Excellency, the First Lady of Ekiti State, my sister Erelu Bisi Fayemi, to lead her sisters and co-travelers, the excellencies, the First Ladies present here today, to the stage to join their excellencies for the presentation, as it were, of the call to action. Thank you so very much. A warm round of applause for my panel as we segue into another aspect of this conversation.
Okay, please bring the compendium. Quick.
As the excellencies are coming up on the stage, let me specially acknowledge just their excellencies. The First Ladies only, please, on stage to join their excellencies. The First Ladies here present only. Yes, please usher their excellencies onto the stage. Take your time, Your Excellency, one at a time. There's someone doing that up here because it's very narrow. Thank you. Your hand, Your Excellency. Excellent. Let me thank, as we conduct this aspect of the conversation, Her Excellency, and thank her for joining us today, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and the Senior Special Assistant to the President on the Sustainable Development Goals, my sister, Her Excellency, Adejoke Orelope Adefulure. Please, we need to ensure the excellencies have a copy of the compendium, the call to action document. Can we please move further onto the stage so the excellencies can be well centered on the stage? Please remember, we will be having the second panel after this conversation and after the call to action. Your Excellency, would you need a mic? Shouldn't you have a wireless mic on a day like this? Your Excellency, let me ask her.
Your Excellencies, our husbands, thank you very much, sirs, for all the support. Excellencies, dear sisters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian Governor's Wives Against Gender-Based Violence hereby present our action plan to ensure that we fight all forms of gender-based violence in our respective states as individual first ladies and as a collective. And we trust that our husbands, the governors, will support all our efforts and the efforts of the many actors, statutory actors and civil society actors who have been working tirelessly on this issue. Thank you. Development partners to join us, please, after this.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. You've always been he for she, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for your commitment and your leadership as you exit the stage. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Governor of Ondo State, Governor of Kogi State, Governor Niger, His Excellency the Chair, His Excellency Governor Lalong. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Dr. Kaide Fayemi, for your leadership. Development partners, please. I see my sister Funke. Is my sister Comfort Lamti still in the hall? Please
Please remember, we're going to be taking a 5-minute break, and then we must reconvene to take on the next conversation with our First Ladies and survivors. A most important conversation indeed. We thank the wife of the Deputy Governor of Edo State also for joining us. Thank you. A 5-minute break, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. A 5-minute health break to stretch our legs, do a bit of networking. Please stay COVID-19 compliant. If you must go near colleagues, please wear your mask. Please, we have sanitizer. We are very generous with sanitizers. And you can also wash your hands, of course, when you use the bathroom.
We should say protocols because it's not all the ladies that have their protocols here. We need them to come out so I can hand over the voucher for each of the states to them.
We'll do that after the break to be sure they come back. After the break, we're going to be handing out your lunch vouchers. So as the next session will be kicked off, colleagues from the Secretariat will be handing out your lunch and refreshment vouchers. Please, 5 minutes break. Please try to stretch. If you've been sitting for too long, it's not exactly very healthy for you. You should take at least a minute's break. Thank you.
Thank you.